Skydome, it's time to meet the members of the National and American League champions, and here now is Skydome public address announcer Murray Eldon.
And now tonight's starting lineup, beginning with manager Jim Fregosi. Leading off for the Phillies, the center fielder number 4, Lenny Dykstra. Batting second, the second baseman, number 7, Mariano Duncan. Batting third, the first baseman, number 29, John Kruk. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 15, Dave Hollins. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 10, Darren Dalton. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 8, Jim Eisenreich. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 17, Ricky Jordan. Batting eighth, the left fielder, number 25, Milt Thompson. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 19, Kevin Stocker. Tonight's starting pitcher warming up in the bullpen, number 38, Kurt Schilling. And now tonight's starting lineup, beginning with manager Cito Gaston. Leading off the first for the Blue Jays, the left fielder, number 24, Ricky Henderson. Batting second, the center fielder, number 25, Devon White. Batting third, the second baseman, number 12, Roberto Alomar. Batting fourth, the right fielder, number 29, Joe Carter. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 9, John Olerud. Sixth, the designated hitter, number 19, Paul Molitor. Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 1, Tony Fernandez. Batting eighth, the third baseman, number 33, Sprague. Batting ninth, the catcher, number 10, Patch Borders. Tonight's starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen, number 66, Juan Guzman. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Skydome welcome to the Queen of Soul, Arista recording artist Aretha Franklin, who will sing the American National Anthem for this evening's game. Accompanying Aretha are the U.S. Marines Color Guard and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Color Guard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight of the ramparts we were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets, red their bombs bursting the air. Yeah, we flew through the night. Then our flag was still the brave. Play ball.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here to sing the Canadian national anthem is Canada's own Michael Burgess.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you and merci. Time now to put you in the capable hands of Sean McDonough and Tim McCarver, who will call the action for you as we close in on Game 1 of the 1993 World Series. Gentlemen, have a great series. Over to you.
Thank you, Pat, and good evening, everybody. Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver. Great to have you with us for Game 1 of the World Series. And, Tim, they say that appearances can be deceiving, and certainly that is the case with this World Series. So much talk leading up to tonight about the difference in appearance of these two teams, the Blue Jays and their clean-cut image, the rough-and-tumble Phillies. But when you look beneath the surface, you see that these two teams have an awful lot in common.
Well, the reputation of the Phillies is down and dirty. And they certainly are that, but you have to look beneath that. They are a very intelligent ball club, very intelligent hitters, and they know how to win. The clean-cut Blue Jays, on the other hand, are all of that, but they are also rough and dirty. As Cito Gaston says, they're the same as the Phillies. The only difference is they shave and get a haircut occasionally.
Indeed they do, and they are similar on the field as well. The Phillies led the National League in runs this season. Toronto was second in the American League behind Detroit, so we expect a high-scoring series. What else can we look for?
Well, I think some of the things to look for tonight, a re-emergence of Rickey Henderson as a force. Even though he only hit 120 in the American League Championship Series, he leads. As a matter of fact, he holds the record for stolen bases in World Series play and a .412 average in 2 World Series. The one thing I think that Blue Jays will be worried about, the lack of left-handed pitchers. If you remember, Tommy Glavine and Steve Avery of the Atlanta Braves pitched very well against the Phillies, and their left-handed hitters that play every day, Dykstra, Kruk, and Dalton, and the Blue Jays have only 2 left-handers on their roster, and both of them will probably work out of the bullpen. For Jim Fregosi, it's imperative that Curt Schilling work deep into the game. Larry Anderson and David West can be looked for late in the game, but the middle relief of the Phillies is poor. And also, as Rickey Henderson goes for the Blue Jays, Len Dykstra is going to be the catalyst for the Philadelphia Phillies. And if he's not, the Phillies will have a tough time scoring.
The Phillies send Curt Schilling out to the mound in tonight's Game 1. He'll be opposed by Toronto's Juan Guzman. The first pitch of the World Series from Toronto right after this.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 1 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Budweiser, Beechwood Age for a crisp, clean, classic taste. Lexus luxury automobiles, including the 1994 ES. McDonald's, what you want is what you get at McDonald's today. And by AT&T, we help put your world within reach.
J.C. Penney would like you to meet some of the smartest men in America. They're not just scientists or scholars. They're men who know about value. These are the men of Stafford. From the wool and wool blend suits to the all-cotton shirts and pure silk ties, the Stafford collection gives these men a very smart look at a very smart price, which is why the smartest men in America are wearing Stafford, exclusively at...
Bases are loaded with cheeseburgers at McDonald's. So who's on first? 2 double cheeseburgers for $2. Is it double on first? Double doubles with 2 triples on second for $3. A triple on second? Double triple.
Thanks to McDonald's Double Plays, you can get 2 double cheeseburgers for $2, 2 triple cheeseburgers for $3, and a great deal on a triple cheeseburger extra value meal with Coke and fries.
That's what I said at first. No, at first the 2 double cheeseburgers.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
For quick response. For smooth acceleration, turn him loose. For a cleaner engine, turn him loose. Move up to 93 octane Exxon Supreme and turn the Tiger loose.
If you're taking prescription medicine, you may not think it makes a difference which pain reliever you use, but the truth is, it's an important decision, and you should be especially careful. With certain prescriptions, doctors recommend Tylenol when you need a pain reliever. In fact, doctors recommend Tylenol the most for people taking the leading ulcer, asthma, or high blood pressure medicines. If you're on any prescription medicine, talk to your doctor about Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
The starting lineup for Jim Fregosi and the Philadelphia Phillies tonight. Lenny Dykstra leads off in center field. Mariano Duncan gets the start at second base. John Kruk batting third at first base. The cleanup hitter is the third baseman Dave Hollins. Batting fifth and doing the catching, Darren Daulton. Batting sixth in right field, Jim Eisenreich. Ricky Jordan will be the DH tonight and bats 7th. Milt Thompson is the left fielder hitting 8th. And the shortstop, Kevin Stocker, bats 9th.
The defense for the Blue Jays, it will be tough for the Phillies to get a line drive between left fielder Ricky Henderson and center fielder Devon White. They can both fly. Joe Carter in right field. Ed Sprague will be the third baseman this evening. The New York Mets traded Tony Fernandez on June 10th for Darren Jackson, and Tony's back in Toronto. Roberto Alomar has the best range of any second baseman in baseball at second. John Olerud at first base. And Pat Borders behind the plate with Juan Guzman on the mound.
And we are pleased to be joined tonight here in Toronto by our colleague Jim Gray. Jim?
Sean, there are some injuries of some concern for both of these teams. First, for the Phillies, Mariano Duncan has a sprained muscle in his rib cage. Now, he told me that he was unable to swing a bat for the past 3 days, but he came out for batting practice and he did do well, and so he will start at second base. Now, for the Blue Jays, Ricky Henderson has a very sore right hand. He injured it when he was hit by a pitch in late August. Now, Ricky told me that he feels that the hand may be broken, even though x-rays have been negative. Now, he said that he will play tonight. He's in tremendous pain, and it does hinder his swing. Sean?
And on the mound tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays, Juan Guzman, the 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic.
Speaking of hindering swings, as Jim said, Juan Guzman can hinder a lot of good swings. 14-3 on the year. He is 5-0 in postseason, and listen to this. His lifetime record is 40-11.
That's in the regular season. When you add the 5-0 in the postseason, 45-11 lifetime. And Lenny Dykstra will lead off. He hit .305 during the regular season. This will be the first time that the first pitch of the World Series has ever been thrown outside the United States. And the first pitch of the '93 World Series, a fastball for a ball to Lenny Dykstra. Of course, this is only the 4th game played in the World Series outside the United States, and the first 3 were last year when the Blue Jays hosted games 3, 4, and 5. 1-1 on Dykstra, who had a hit in every game of the League Championship Series.
And 3 in the last 3 games of the 1988 series. So Lenny with a 9-game hitting streak in postseason play.
2 balls and 1 strike. Davey Phillips of the American League is the home plate umpire. Paul Runge, Mark Johnson, Charlie Williams, Tim McClellan, and Dana DeMuth for the rest of the umpiring crew. Another close pitch called the ball, and Dykstra is ahead in the count 3-1.
Dykstra will probably take here. He takes often when he leads off a game 2-0 and 3-1. Tell you, talking about Guzman, there are very few pitchers where catchers just say, just throw strikes. Doesn't matter where they are, just throw strikes.
Tough to tell where a couple of those pitches missed. Guzman appeared to be very close to the strike zone, if not in it. But 4 of the 5 pitches were called balls.
Dykstra, like his counterpart Ricky Henderson, that pitch looked a little low, but his counterpart Ricky Henderson, both of them work the strike zone like an accordion, trying to duck under balls, and they're always a moving target, and they're tough to call balls and strikes for a home plate umpire.
Mariano Duncan is the hitter. And he takes a fastball for strike 1. It is somewhat of a surprise that Duncan is in the starting lineup tonight, given that Mickey Morandini started the 3 games in the National League Championship Series in which the Braves started a right-handed pitcher. And as Jim Gray told you, Duncan has been bothered for a while now by the sore rib cage. John Kruk is on deck. We're just underway with game 1 of the World Series, and the Phillies have the lead man on. And Guzman will keep an eye on Dykstra. The ball outside, and a ball and a strike on Duncan. That last pitch registered 94 miles per hour on our radar gun downstairs.
Talking to Pat Borders yesterday, and Pat said that he could put down one finger all night for Guzman. That's how much movement Guzman has on his fastball in the strike zone. It's all over the place. 26 wild pitches on the year.
And plenty on that pitch. 1-2 on Duncan.
Guzman with 194 Ks on the regular season, but that's that fastball we were talking about. You can blow it by most hitters.
Dykstra stole 37 bases during the regular season. He was only thrown out 12 times, and he's running with the pitch, which is a ball. Borders throw, gets by Alomar, and is backed up by Fernandez. So Lenny Dykstra has the first stolen base of the World Series, and he's in scoring position with nobody out in the first.
Dykstra with a tremendous jump. Borders had no chance. You see that funky little move of Juan Guzman. He picks his leg up and then straightens it out. A lot of pitchers use either the slide step or the high kick. It appears that Guzman uses both, and for that reason runners can get a good jump.
The 2-2 to Duncan. He struck him out. Foul tipped into the middle. Borders for strike 3.
Borders setting up outside, and that's where he got it.
One out, a runner at second. No score in the top of the first for John Kruk, who was 8th in the National League in hitting with his .316 average. Obviously, because they play in different leagues, these two teams do not know much about each other, but Juan Guzman said he thought he got a pretty good idea of how to pitch to the Phillies by watching several of the NLCS games on TV. Juan particularly paid attention to Game 4, the game started by John Smoltz of Atlanta, because Guzman thinks that he and Smoltz have similar pitching styles.
The scouts, by the way, before the Toronto Blue Jays that scouted the Phillies, Al Lamacchia and Moose Johnson. Moose Johnson was a scout with the Phillies for 25 years before coming to Toronto a couple of years ago. Mike Arbuckle was a scout for the Phillies against the Braves, and while he was covering Atlanta, Jimmy Stewart and Ray Shore covered the Toronto Blue Jays.
They have passed along whatever tidbits they could ascertain about the opposition. And the 0-2 to Kruk. There's a fastball inside. Another 94-mile-per-hour fastball from Guzman. Jim Fregosi. The World Series for the first time as a manager or a player. Just missed. And the count is 2-2 on Kruk. He'll be followed by Dave Hollins. Kruk got off to a fast start against the Braves and then was cold the last 3, in which he went 1 for 13. Of course, in many ways, John Kruk has become the poster boy for that rough and tumble Philadelphia image of which we were speaking. And when Juan Guzman was asked at the press conference yesterday his feeling about the Phillies and their appearance and all the conversation about, he said, well, to me, they look like a bunch of truck drivers.
I'll tell you, if John Kruk's a poster boy, it's a big poster.
When Kurt Schilling was asked about Guzman's comment, he said, he's right. We do look like a bunch of truck drivers. Another 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away to the left.
2 balls fouled away to the left. John Kruk, I think with 2 strikes, he has more of a tendency to go to left field, and a bit surprising that Devon White is playing John almost straight away in center field. In the air, John will go to left. 30 of his first 33 major league home runs were hit to left field.
No score in the top of the first. Lenny Dykstra is the runner at second. And another 2-2 to Kruk. Line to left center and sinking fast. That falls in for a hit. Dykstra around to score, and the Phillies lead 1-0 on an opposite field single by John Kruk.
Kruk had 85 RBIs during the season. During the league championship series, the first 3 games he was doing well. He was 5 for 11, but only 1 for 13 in the last 3 league championship series games, but puts the Phillies in front with the first hit of the ball game.
Dave Hollins looked at a ball. We mentioned the glowing record of Guzman in the postseason. And this is the first time in 7 postseason starts now in his career that he is allowed a run in the first inning. Ball 2, 2-0 on the switch hitting Hollins. He's a better right-handed hitter. Dave hit .330 during the regular season from the right, only .237 from the left. Pat Borders at the mound to speak with Guzman, and manager Cito Gaston will join the conversation.
Juan Guzman 5-0 in postseason play. Jack Coombs and Herb Pinnock, a couple of old-timers, and Lefty Gomez with a 6-0 record. You may remember John Smoltz was 5-0 in the National League Championship Series, but he was beaten on 2 unearned runs in Game 4. So that takes John Smoltz out of that quartet.
So Guzman with a win tonight would match Lefty Grove for the most postseason wins without a loss. Lefty Gomez, pardon me. 1 run in, and the Phillies have Kruk at first with 1 out and a count of 2-0 on Dave Hollins. And after the conversation with Gaston, Guzman delivers a strike, 2-1. Outside, 3-1 on Hollins. And he'll be followed by Darren Dalton. Hollins couldn't get to the high fastball. We talked about the notoriously quiet crowds here in Toronto, and we certainly saw an exception to that during the pregame festivities, but with the run the Phillies have scored here in the first, it is very quiet again. The payoff pitch with the runner going is ball 4.
The Phillies love to face a pitcher who has control problems because they're a power hitting team, and 3 of the top 4 positions as far as walks are concerned and leaders in the National League were held by Philadelphia Philly batters. So they will not help Guzman out and swing at balls out of the strike zone.
As a team, they drew 665 walks during the regular season in 162 games. Darren Dalton, one of those patient hitters, who walked 117 times during the regular year. He's up with 2 men on and 1 out. 1 run in. The Phillies lead 1-0. Guzman has walked 2 in the inning. He's given up the RBI single to Kruk. And he has a strikeout of Duncan to his credit.
I think when Cito Gaston came out to the mound, it was just to reassure Guzman that he thought some of those strikes or those pitches to Dykstra were strikes also. And I think Borders thought that pitch was a strike. And he took off his mask and said something to Dave Phillips, the home plate umpire. Usually umpires don't mind if a catcher keeps his face straight away to center field, and he'll allow him a little more leverage in what he has to say.
Davey Phillips in his 23rd year as a major league umpire, working his 4th World Series. He's the crew chief for the 6 umpires assembled. A double play is unlikely. Dalton batted in 136 double play situations this season, bounced into only 2. That was the lowest rate in the majors among everyday players. The 1-2 pitch. Lined into right for a hit. Kroc will be waved around by Boa. Carter kicked the ball in right, and the Phillies lead 2-0. Darren Dalton, an RBI single to drive in the 2nd Philadelphia run.
Dalton had 105 during the season. This ball in the right center field, and look at Dave Hollins. Watch as he looks at the third base coach, Larry Boa. See, he can't see that Carter dropped the ball, so he picks Boa up right there. Boa decides to send Kruk. Had Joe come up with the ball, Larry perhaps would have held Kruk at third base, but Hollins looking, making sure that third base was clear before he came over.
It's a single for Dalton and an RBI. They've charged Carter with the first error of the World Series. Official scores with the judgment that Hollins went from 2nd to 3rd as a result of the boot by Carter. Still only 1 out. 6th batter of the 1st inning for Philadelphia is Jim Eisenreich, who took ball 1. He platooned in right field during the regular season in the league championship series with Wes Chamberlain. During the regular season, he hit .318. Check swing and a foul ball past Larry Boa in the third base coach's box. 1-1 on Eisenreich. Two runs on 2 hits and 2 walks in the inning for the Phillies. And Dalton will occasionally steal a base. He was 37 in his career. He was perfect 5 for 5 this year. Eisenreich chased a breaking ball at his feet. 1-2.
That's a terrific play by Pat Borders. That ball in the dirt certainly saved a run. Borders, a converted catcher back in 1988, makes a nice play on that slider.
He started his professional career as a third baseman. When he first made the transition to catcher, he had absolutely no idea what he was doing back there and was terrible at blocking balls. Breaking ball got Eisenreich. On the 31st pitch of the inning for Guzman, that's the 2nd out.
So Guzman got ahead and expands the strike zone. Both the 0-1 and the 0-2 pitch are the slider in the dirt, and a pitcher has to have confidence in a catcher like that, a guy like Borders who can block the ball. 2 nice plays.
And the DH is Ricky Jordan. He's used primarily as a pinch hitter this year by Jim Fregosi. In the World Series these days, the DH is used when the American League team is the home team. Pitchers will hit in the games played at Philadelphia. Big question on the Philadelphia side leading up to tonight's game 1 was who would be the DH. Would it be Jordan or Pete Incaviglia? Jim Fregosi elected to go with Ricky Jordan. Guzman up to 33 pitches. More or less a 50-50 split, strikes to balls.
Jim Fergosi's saying that Wes Chamberlain and Pete Incaviglia are probably upset that neither is a designated hitter tonight, but Ricky Jordan in there, because if Jim does make a move late in the game for a pinch hitter against either Al Leiter or Tony Castillo, the two left-handers for Toronto, he wants to have Incaviglia, who's available to play left, and Chamberlain, who may be available to play right field. That's why Jordan's the DH.
The 1-2 pitch. Check swing at a ball low and away. No swing to Paul Runge of the National League, the first base umpire. There's Pete Incaviglia, a spectator at the start of the ball game.
Jordan didn't appear to go around. That's an easy call there.
Two balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2 men on. Hollins the runner at third. Dalton at first. The Phillies lead 2-0. It has been a long top of the first. He struck him out. Guzman went to the breaking ball late in the inning, and it helped get him out of the inning, having allowed just the 2 runs.
Today's office doesn't always come with 4 walls, so no matter where your employees do business, AT&T has a way to help. Call now for the AT&T Corporate Calling Card. We can customize a plan from over 70 features like flexible billing by location, individual, or account code, fraud protection, discounts up to 40%, and worldwide access. The AT&T Corporate Calling Card. Find out how customized a calling card can be.
We're under budget, we're ahead of schedule.
Over 1.5 million vacationers toured the canals of Venice last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES, improved, revised, refined. In a word, new.
What would you do?
Don't move, don't make a sound. Just give me the keys.
How would you react?
Where's your wallet? It's in my briefcase. Get it, get it.
Would you do the unthinkable?
Put down the knife.
Experience TV's most shocking hour. Experience Emmy's best drama, the season premiere of Picket Fences, in 6 days.
The lineup for Cito Gaston and the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. Ricky Henderson leads off in left field, batting second the center fielder Devon White. The second baseman Roberto Alomar bats third. The cleanup hitter is right fielder Joe Carter. John Olerud bats fifth at first base. Paul Molitor, the DH, hits sixth. Tony Fernandez is the shortstop, batting seventh. Ed Sprague at third base hits eighth, and the catcher Pat Borders bats ninth.
The defense for the Phillies shows Milt Thompson, the left fielder, Lynn Dykstra in center, and Jim Eisenreich in right. Dave Hollins at third, Kevin Stocker at shortstop, Mariano Duncan at second, John Kruk at first, and Darren Dalton behind the plate. With Curt Schilling on the mound, he had no decisions in the National League Championship Series, but was the MVP. That's how well he pitched.
And he's pitching with a 2-0 lead as the Blue Jays come up for the first time in the World Series. Schilling's first pitch, a ball up and in to Ricky Henderson, who bent over the plate as if to bunt. And Schilling's first pitch clocked at 94 miles per hour, so both Guzman and Schilling have come out of the gate throwing hard. And throwing inaccurately. 2-0 the count. And a strike at the belt. Henderson did not provide much of a lift to the Toronto offense when he came over to the Blue Jays in a midseason trade for top pitching prospect Steve Carsey. In 44 games with the Jays, Ricky hit only .215.
However, he scored 37 runs with only 35 hits, and he's one of the few guys in baseball who can help you when he's not hitting. Talked about that accordion stance of his, how he squeezes it up and down. He's a very difficult hitter to call balls and strikes on.
Popped up and out of play. A full count on Henderson, who, as Jim Gray told you, has been playing in pain for much of his stint with Toronto. Ricky suffered a bone bruise on his right hand as a result of being hit by a pitch by Seattle's Jeff Nelson on August 22nd. And his left hand has also been sore since early August when he strained a tendon while doing some exercises designed to strengthen his left shoulder. Ball 4.
Curt Schilling has had that cap all year long, and that's what's written on the bill of it. No talk, just get it done. In the celebration of the Phillies at the Vet in Philadelphia, he lost that cap. A fan picked it up and called in on a talk show and said, "I have the cap." And he brought the cap back to Curt at Veterans Stadium. Curt said he thought he might have to leave him a ticket or two.
Anderson at first. And the first pitch to Devon White is outside. White has benefited from having Henderson hitting in front of him in the Toronto lineup. Devon White is an excellent fastball hitter, and he sees more fastballs when Ricky is at first base, as he is now. 2-0. A fan who helped Schilling retrieve his lucky hat was Bruce Basco of Millville, New Jersey, a 37-year-old employee of an Atlantic City casino. He called WIP, the all-sports radio station in Philadelphia. Confessed to picking up the hat when he ran on the field during the celebration after the Phillies clinched the NLCS. At first, the talk show host didn't believe him, but Schilling was listening to the show and called up and said, "I did lose my hat. Tell that guy to bring it in." So Bruce jumped on his motorcycle, drove 50 miles from his home, and got there just before the Phillies were about to leave Veterans Stadium. Schilling had to shake his hand out the window of the bus as they were driving off to the airport. Big rip by White, and a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the first, and the Phillies lead 2-0. Walton keeping an eye on Henderson, as is Schilling. Good reason to keep an eye on Ricky. He is the all-time major league leader in stolen bases, 1,095.
That's 1,095 stolen bases during the season. He has 24 in postseason play. During the opening, I said that Ricky Henderson leads the World Series players, or players in the World Series, in stolen bases. That's not right. Ricky has 6 World Series steals in 8 games. The record is held by Eddie Collins and Lou Brock. World Series play only, they had 14, but Ricky in postseason with 24.
The flip side of that is it isn't very easy to steal on Schilling. And the Philadelphia staff in general does a good job holding on runners. Ricky bluffed, and it's a double play ball. Stocker to Duncan. Double play. Very close at first, but Devon White called out. 6-4-3, 2 outs, and the base is now empty.
Well, this ball hit hard, and most double play balls have to be hit hard. But when you consider the speed of Devon White from the left side, getting down to first base in a hurry, and that was a very close play at first base. Duncan
looked safe on the first replay, and again,
I think he was. I think you're exactly right. Looked like he beat the throw, but Paul Runge calls him out.
You see he's on the bag there, and the ball is still not yet in the glove. Cito Gaston came out to argue, and first base coach Bob Baylor took up the cause as well.
The reason that double play took so long in developing is that a left-handed hitter was up. Mariano Duncan was not cheating close to second base and had farther to go than he normally would have. He looked safe at first.
Alomar looked at strike one. Two nothing Philadelphia. 2 outs, and the base is now empty in the bottom of the first. Saw the average of Alomar, 326. That was good for third place in the American League during the regular season. And the Blue Jays finished 1-2-3. Olerud, Molitor, and Alomar. It's the first time that teammates have been 1-2-3 in the batting race in exactly 100 years, when that trio of Hall of Famers led the National League and all played for the Philadelphia Phillies. Strike three. Alomar called out on a pitch over the outside corner. After one in Game 1 of the World Series, the Phillies lead 2-0.
Over 20 million vacationers visited the city of Toronto last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES, improved, revised, refined. In a word, new.
We have to have a communication system that never fails.
Patty was losing calls. Losing calls to her could possibly mean losing a life.
If the ambulance crews can't talk to the dispatch center, we can't run an ambulance business. If I could bring my monthly costs down, I could afford to budget state-of-the-art telephone system. That's what MCI did.
I had a great sense of responsibility.
MCI backs the product.
You try to do the good thing.
She sat there and really listened.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Share Strength does is we get the resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country.
We're grateful for American Express card member support in helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
Everybody thinks programming a VCR is so incredibly complicated. Record Channel 3 Sunday, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. What's the problem?
Magnavox, the only VCR with Smart Talk remote. Smart, very smart.
October 27th, head south with Glenn Fry and Aries Spears.
Give me a kiss, baby.
South of Sunset.
First pitch of the second inning, bounced back to the mound by Milt Thompson. Guzman throws him out after bobbling it for a moment. Well, we had our first fireworks of the World Series during the break between innings. Roberto Alomar called out on a pitch that on that angle certainly appeared to be high enough, and from this angle appeared to get a piece of the corner. But Cito Gaston was displeased with the umpiring in the first inning, and after inviting Davey Phillips, the home plate umpire, to come a little bit closer, he engaged him in some chin-to-chin conversation. I think it really started with the first batter of the ball game, Tim. The pitches to Dykstra, some of them appeared to be called strikes, balls that rather, pitches that were called balls looked like strikes, is what I'm trying to say. And Dykstra wound up walking the lead off the ball game.
And then you had what appeared to be Devon White beating the play at first base, and Gaston went out to argue that play, and before he was able to sit down in the dugout, he thought that Phillips was squeezing Roberto Alomar, but as you could see, that last pitch looked like a strike. A manager cannot argue balls and strikes. That's an automatic ejection. However, common sense would dictate that umpires are much more lenient in the World Series.
And of course, Cito Gaston is considered one of the most mild-mannered of the major league managers. But it didn't take him long to get hot tonight. His team trails 2-0 in the top of the second. One out of the base is empty, and 3-1 is the count on the shortstop, Kevin Stocker. John Olerud will play it himself. Slide in the first to beat Stocker for the second out of the inning. And Guzman has now retired 4 in a row since the RBI single by Darren Daulton that drove in the second run.
Baseball went 100 years since their last worst to first team back in 1890. The Louisville Colonels did it in what was then a major league, the American Association, and it's happened 3 times in the last 3 years. Minnesota and Atlanta, the year that the Twins won the World Series, and in 1993 the Philadelphia Phillies. They were in last place last year, first place this year.
They finished 26 games behind the Pirates. Lenny Dykstra looked at strike one. He walked, stole second, and scored the first run of the ball game on the single to left by John Kruk last inning. Fouled out of play, 0-2. Ball in the dirt. In addition to looking at the tapes and listening to the scouting reports provided to Guzman by Al Lamacchia and Moose Johnson, Juan said he was also going to give his old pal from the Dominican Republic, Ramon Martinez, a call. Who, of course, is a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a good friend of Juan Guzman. That should be enough information to get you through a start against the Philadelphia Phillies. Alomar throws him out. And the Phillies go in order on 3 ground balls after an inning and a half, 2-0 Philadelphia.
It has a computer-controlled safety system, but it isn't an F-15 fighter. It has gold-plated connectors for longer life, but it isn't a deep space probe. It cost hundreds of millions of dollars to develop its technology, but it can be yours starting at around $13,000. It's the 1994 Toyota Corolla. You can't buy a more impressive car for less.
Imagine a wonder drug that could help reduce minor arthritis pain so the Panthers wouldn't lose their star shortstop. One that could relieve headaches so more boys could come out to play. A drug that studies show reduces the risk of second heart attacks. Imagine a drug that holds answers to all these ailments so families could gather for years to come. A wonder drug? Yes, it's genuine Bayer aspirin. The wonder drug that works wonders.
In Lake Edna, you can get a quarter for $1.99. Come into KFC and enjoy a quarter of the Colonel's Rotisserie Gold. Slow roasted, deep marinated. And now with a cornbread muffin, just $1.99. At KFC, we do chicken right.
Jell-O gelatin's just 12 cents a serving. That's 4 cents for the giggles, 4 cents for the improved motor skills, and 4 cents for creativity.
I know Jell-O.
Whatever your budget, there's always room for Jell-O.
You're unbelievable. You're so unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
A thank you message from Major League Baseball.
Get your game cards ready and stay tuned for the Budweiser World Series Classic Play at the end of the 5th inning. You could win $100,000.
And welcome back to Sky Dome for Game 1 of the World Series. We're heading to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Philadelphia has a 2-0 lead over Toronto, and Kurt Schilling will face the middle third of the Toronto order in the second. Joe Carter, John Olerud, and Paul Molitor. It was another season of big production for Joe Carter. With his 121 runs batted in. Got off to a flying start in that direction with a club record 25 RBI in April. 1-1 from Schilling. He tied him up with the fastball, 1-2.
That's where pitchers try to pitch Joe, is inside, right at the hands. He's a low ball hitter and likes to extend his arm. What remarkable production. 893 RBIs over the last 8 years.
Up the middle, a base hit. That's the first Toronto hit. The single into center for Joe Carter.
Schilling gets the ball away from Carter. I'll tell you, those last 2 pitches, the 1-1 pitch in on the hands and the 1-2 pitch out over the plate, and that's what we were talking about Joe Carter. He loves to extend his arms. Well, a pretty good pitch to most hitters, but not to Carter.
And it looked like Dalton was again set up inside, but Schilling missed the target. Now John Olerud, who led the American League with his .363 batting average. Much of the year he flirted with the 400 mark. In on the hands, but a base hit. Soft line single in the left. So the Blue Jays open the second with back-to-back singles. Carter at second and Olerud at first.
This a good pitch by Schilling, a slider in on the hands, and it's fisted the other way. Olerud, a guy who uses all parts of the field in which to hit.
Now Paul Molitor, who finished second to Olerud in the American League at hitting at .332. He had 22 homers, drove in 111. It was his first season of 100 runs batted in or more in his 16-year career. It came at age 37. In the dirt, it got through Dalton, and the runners will move up. And now the tying run is at second base for Toronto in the second.
I think Molitor may have blinded Dalton. The bat may have been in the same path as the ball. Nope, that was not the case. But Dalton, if he has a problem, it's getting down on balls in the dirt. He has had 6 operations on his left leg, his left knee. His 7th coming this winter, and he does have a problem, and that's really his only problem as a catcher.
Still no scoring decision, and now it has been scored a pass ball. Molitor couldn't get the high fastball. Of course, Paul's first 15 seasons in the majors were spent with the Milwaukee Brewers. And he has waited 11 years to get back to the World Series. He last appeared in the Fall Classic with Harvey's Wallbangers, the Brew Crew of 1982. The 1-1 pitch. Up and in, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And it was 11 years ago, about this time, when Paul Molitor became the first man to get 5 hits in a World Series game in Game 1 against the Cardinals in St. Louis.
That was on October 12th of 1982. Well hit on the ground, backhanded by Duncan, and safe at first is Molitor. Carter scores the first Toronto run.
Molitor hits this ball very hard, a slider on the outside part, and watch Duncan. He does finally get to his knee, his right knee, and his throw to first is too late. Looked like he curled the glove hand up under his legs and had a tough time getting rid of it, and Molitor with an infield hit and an RBI.
So 3 straight hits to open the inning. John Kruk with an animated discussion with Kevin Stocker. The pitching coach Johnny Padres visited Schilling and Dalton at the mound. Carter started the inning with a single, took a base on the single by Olerud, and scored on the single by Molitor. The pass ball helped Carter and Olerud move up 90 feet. And now Fernandez with the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Funny what that pass ball did. If you have runners on at first and second, nobody out, Duncan's closer to the bat. Of course, you don't know whether Molitor would have hit the same pitch out there. You don't know whether Schilling would have pitched him that way, but nonetheless, it could have been a double play with 2 out and a runner on at third. As it is, the Phillies have no one out.
And runners at first and third, and a count of 1-1 on Fernandez. In his first World Series game, and he pops one out of play to the left. Tony was not a member of the Blue Jays last year when they won the World Series. He's one of the 12 new faces. It's really a team that's 50% different from the World Championship team of a year ago, and the Blue Jays deserve a lot of credit for getting back with largely a different cast of characters. The 1-2, chopped slowly towards second. Duncan to Stocker for the out on Molitor. The tying run across as Olerud came in from third, and the Phillies and Blue Jays are tied at 2.
Ball not hit hard enough for a double play, a high chopper, and Duncan properly goes to second, and Stocker makes sure of one. Molitor almost beat that play.
2 runs on 3 hits for the Blue Jays, all of that here in the second. Phillies scored twice in the first. Now it's Sprague. He popped up the first pitch straight back and out of play. Sprague was a regular at the major league level for the first time this season as he took over at third base for Kelly Gruber, who was traded to California in the offseason. Sprague had a very solid year at the bat and in the field. Base hit past the diving Stocker. Hernandez rounds second. He'll stop midway between second and third, and he's just back safely. At first, it looked like Tony was going to stop, and then he appeared to decide to go to third, and then he decided to stop again, and that indecision nearly cost him.
You've heard of middle infielders decoying a runner at first base. Well, runners going from first to second decoy outfielders too. You can see Fernandez almost came to a stop, then he turned it on, and now he gets back to second, and he's called safe. See, he almost stops right there, and now he's trying to decoy Dykstra into making a lollipop throw into third, but he's safely back into second base, not even close, really.
4 hits in the inning, still only 1 out. Pat Borders the hitter. And he looked at a breaking ball high, ball 1. Certainly not where Schilling intended to throw that pitch. Borders was the MVP of the World Series last year. Check swing, caught by Kruk, race to the bag, won by Sprague because Kruk fell down. Had John remained on his feet, he had an excellent chance to double up Sprague, but he stumbled going to the bag, and Sprague made it back to first safely.
Just bad luck for Kruk as he stumbles and can't reach the bag. Nice play by Ed Sprague. Runners are all often told, watch the line drive. That's easier said than done.
Now 2 outs, and the 7th batter of the second inning is Rickey Henderson, who walked his first time up. He had a miserable league championship series against Chicago. He had only 120. And there was even some talk that perhaps here in the World Series, when the scene shifts to Philadelphia and they try to find a place for Paul Molitor, that Molitor would play left field because of the struggles of Henderson. Tito Gaston said yesterday, Molitor won't play left field unless everybody else on the Blue Jay team is dead. And rather definitive as well. There's Molitor, and there's Ben Rivera, who has started throwing in the Philadelphia bullpen. We're tied at 2. As you might expect with these 2 high-scoring teams, game 1 is off to an offensive start.
Come on, Ricky, you can do it, Ricky, you can do it.
In the air in center, Dykstra drifting to right center, makes room for Eisenreich, and that ends the inning. 2 runs on 4 hits off Curt Schilling in the second after 2. 2-2 the score.
I finally made it to the big leagues. In my first game, we get the call. And I'm thinking, how lucky can a guy get?
Beechwood aged for that fresh, distinctive taste. Crisp, clean, classic.
Rangers, Cherokees, Broncos, Explorers, Pathfinders, Blazers. Any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
John Rainwater, 207,258 miles.
William Bailey, 124,708 miles.
For the last few years, over 60,000 Toyota truck owners have shared their 100,000-mile stories with us. 60,000. Judging from that kind of response, it seems when people think of reliability, they picture a Toyota. Got 100, 200, 300,000 miles or more? Call us. Toyota trucks, you just gotta love them.
What's the worst day in a woman's life?
When she's 30!
Celebrate Corky's birthday.
This party's going to be about as festive as an evening with Dr. Kevorkian.
All new Murphy Brown. Then, Jack proves chivalry isn't dead.
Would you please give me a little help here?
It just hurts a little. Love and War after Murphy Brown, Monday.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 1 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by Budweiser Beechwood Aged for a crisp, clean, classic taste. Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. American Airlines, something special in the air. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Curt Schilling, who only gave up 3 earned runs in 16 innings of work in the league championship series against Atlanta, knocked around 4 hits and 2 runs in the second inning of Game 1 of the World Series by the Blue Jays. So we're tied at 2 as the Phillies bat in the third. Mariano Duncan to lead off. He struck out swinging his first time up. John Kruk on deck, and then Dave Hollins against Juan Guzman. After a sloppy start, has retired 5 in a row.
You can almost sense a more relaxed delivery on the part of Guzman since that first inning, and certainly that's normal. Nervous in the first.
Duncan with a shot in the left and a base hit. Kicked momentarily by Henderson, but he got on top of it quickly, and Duncan has a leadoff single. This
ball hit hard to left field. That unusual swing by Duncan We mentioned in the NLCS that he looks almost like Eric Davis. He drops that bat down so low. A momentary bobble by Henderson didn't hurt.
John Kruk singled to left to drive in the first run of the ball game in the first inning. And he scored the second run. He came in on a base hit by Darren Dalton.
Bunny Duncan holding his hands down low around the belt, and contrast that with John Kruk and how he holds the bat above the helmet. It really doesn't matter how you start as far as your stance is concerned. It's where you are when the ball's about 15 to 20 feet from home plate, and all good hitters are almost in the same position.
As Dennis Menke, the Philadelphia batting coach, says, with Kruk's stance, his approach is really based on timing. Timing is so important in his swing that if he gets just a little bit out of sync, he can have a little bit of a downturn, as he did late in the regular season.
And the last 3 games in the LCS when he went 1 for 13.
Oh, 1 on Kruk. 2-2 the score in the third. Oh, and 2 the count on Kruk. For the World Series, John didn't bother to clean the pine tar off his helmet. Earlier in the year, when Jim Fregosi asked him to do that, he went into a slump. And he's gone back to the junk all over his helmet.
Fans up here in Toronto getting their first taste of Krukisms.
And in large doses. He was a popular figure at the press conference yesterday, and was surrounded by reporters and cameras as the Phillies took batting practice. Of course, the papers had picked up right where they left off. The Phillies' appearance, so much of a topic of discussion and print during the LCS, and that has continued. The World Series previews. Pitch in the dirt, an excellent pitch on which to run for Duncan, and he steals second without a throw from Pat Borders. So the Phillies, not known as a running ball club, have 2 stolen bases in the first 3 innings.
But see, this is where, if you've never seen a pitcher before, a go-ahead scout can really help a ball club. How long does he take to get the ball to home plate? That high leg kick, and then he smooths it out almost to a slide step, and the ball in the dirt. Borders made a nice play just coming up with it. The second stolen base in 3 innings for the Phillies.
And a runner in scoring position with nobody out as the Phillies try to reclaim the lead. 2-2 the count on Kruk. Ball 3 up and in. And the count is full. Guzman walked 2 in the first, and then settled down to retire 5 in a row before the base hit by Duncan to open the third. A payoff pitch, fouled to the screen. That fastball clocked at 96 miles per hour. Didn't seem all that excited to be at the World Series. Another payoff pitch. Bounced into right field. A base hit past the diving Alomar. Here comes Duncan. Carter's throw is not in time. And the Phillies reclaim the lead. It's 3-2. John Kruk is 2 for 2 tonight and has driven in 2 of the 3 Phillies runs.
Hit sharply right side. The diving Alomar can't get it. Joe Carter's throw is low enough to keep Kruk at first base. You see how Olerud is faking cutting the ball off. That keeps Kruk there, but the throw too late to get Duncan, and the Phils take the lead again. I think that's what you're going to see in this series. Both teams taking the lead away from one another throughout.
Dave Hollins with a fly ball to straightaway center. White the catch for the first out of the inning. The hits are even now at 4 apiece, and the Phillies lead 3-2 in the third. Darren Dalton steps in. He singled to right to drive in a run in the first. After a slow start, he picked it up in the last couple of games of the league championship series against the Braves. And the first pitch to Dalton is strike one. Phillies, Dalton has waited the longest and been through the most in a Philadelphia uniform leading up to the World Series, and you got the sense that his teammates were happy for themselves, but to a man they were happiest for Darren Dalton. Down the left field line and slicing out of play. Dalton first appeared in the major leagues with Philadelphia back in 1983. And prior to this year, he had never played on a team that finished closer than 15 games out of first place. Strike three. Dalton down swinging at the breaking ball for the second out of the inning and the fourth strikeout of the night for Juan Guzman.
Guzman has 4 strikeouts and 3 have been on sliders down in the dirt. Those are nasty sliders from Guzman. It has a tight grip on them, similar to a Steve Carlton slider. Steve Carlton throwing out the first ball in game 4 at Philadelphia.
Eisenreich slaps one to short. Fernandez to Alomar to end the inning. The Phillies take the lead. We'll return to Skydome after this message and a word from your local station.
In Bosnia, CBS reported on a family separated by war, their home destroyed.
This is just one image that stuck with me. I just knew that I had to do something.
Touched by our story, David Sager arranged to bring the reunited family to a safe new home in America. The CBS Evening News with Dan Rather and Connie Chung teamed to cover your world.
Hi. Do you know my new show, The Nanny, premieres after the World Series? Oh, you got something right here.
The Nanny premieres Wednesday, November 3rd. This is CBS.
Boomer! What's wagging? Big 4 again. Usual number. Straight. And box it, too. 50 cents each way.
The Pennsylvania Lottery's Big 4 game.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Don't forget to play both ways every day. You might be the lucky dog who wins.
This house is you, Boomer. And the owners aren't anxious to sell.
My years in football taught me the value of a great health plan. Hello, I'm Dick Vermeil. Everyday life has its bumps and bruises, too. And that's why Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield have added the new personal choice to our game plan. There's no need to enroll with a primary care physician, and you don't need a referral to see a specialist. Office visits are covered, and there are no claim forms. Now, what could be easier? Call 1-800-ASK-BLUE for all the benefits of personal choice. The health plan that controls cost, not people.
Now, getting gasoline at the Big Red O is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just drive into a mobile pay-at-the-pump station. Use your ATM or credit card. It doesn't cost you any more. Then, pump away. Take your receipt and drive away. Pay at the pump at Mobile. It's the fastest way to drive your engine clean.
What makes the wild thing so wild? Herb will tell you Tuesday after the game.
One of the many appealing features of Skydome, Sightlines Restaurant in straightaway center field. You can enjoy what Be a delicious meal and enjoy a World Series ball game. Their Sightlines restaurant is right below the Sky Dome Hotel out in straightaway center. Devon White, the batter. He took the first pitch of the inning from Kurt Schilling high for a ball. White had a tremendous league championship series against Chicago, and Dave Stewart, who was the MVP of the ALCS, said he thought Devon White was going to win it. It shouldn't come as much of a surprise. Devon White, a .346 career hitter in postseason play. That is one of the best averages of all time. Third best, in fact. And look at the company. Lou Gehrig at .361 and Thurman Munson at .357. The only players with a better batting average in the postseason than White, among those who have had 100 or more postseason at bats. The Phillies lead 3-2. They've enjoyed the lead twice now in game one. They got off to a 2-0 advantage. The Blue Jays tied it with 2 last inning off Schilling. And the Phils reclaimed the lead with 1 in the top of the third. The ball high. Schilling missed with the fastball. The count is full.
Devon White from Jamaica. He moved to New York City with his family when he was 9 years old. He was a big soccer player down in Jamaica.
Dykstra waving off Thompson, and they misplay it. White around second and heading for third, and he'll get there as the throw is offline. Dykstra had his hand up the whole way as he was approaching the ball, but Thompson kept charging at him, and that did not appear to be a pleasant exchange between the two of them as they went to reclaim their positions.
Simply a breakdown in communications. Dykstra up with a glove, Thompson up with a glove, and the ball drops between them. It looked like Thompson got a glove on it. He did. Looked like it hit the left foot of Dykstra. Of course, you can't hear a lot. Dykstra with the hand up, and that does no good because by that time, Milt Thompson is watching the ball.
It's an air charge to Thompson, the first Philadelphia error of the ball game. And Roberto Alomar bats with the tying run at third and nobody out. The infield is playing back. Alomar was called out on strikes ending the first. Milt Thompson had only 1 error during the regular season on the Phillies team that admits that defense is a weakness, and we saw outstanding plays by the Phillies and very poor plays by the Phillies in the field during the league championship series.
I don't think that was Milt Thompson's fault. I think it was Len Dykstra's fault. When a left-handed hitter hits the ball the other way, the ball's going to tail back to the left fielder. And I think Dykstra, by following that ball, made the mistake of getting in the way of Milt Thompson, because the ball was coming back to Thompson and a much easier play for Milt than Lenny.
The 1-2. And Alomar fought it off. He'll be followed by Joe Carter. Devon White at third. Thompson had only 1 error, and he played in 106 regular season games. A pop-up that won't get the run in as Hollins settles under. That's the first out of the Toronto third. And it brings up Joe Carter, who singled to center leading off the second, and he scored the first Toronto run of the ball game. The infield remains back for Philadelphia, and Carter lifts one to right. With White's speed, that should be deep enough. Eisenreich with the catch, and White is on to score the tying run. So the Blue Jays capitalize on the error by Thompson to tie the game at 3.
You know, one thing should be noted here, Sean. Devon White being on third base instead of second base. There are a lot of major leaguers who wouldn't run hard out of the box and run through second base and be on third base rather handily. I'd say 80% of guys who hit a ball like that end up on second base. 80% of the big leaguers. And Devon White gets a lot of credit being on third, so he's able to score on the sac fly by Carter.
Of course, with Devon's graceful long strides and speed, he probably could have run backwards and made it to third on that play. Olerud ahead in the count, 2-0. John singled to left and scored the second Toronto run last inning. Line scores now identical, each team with 3 runs on 4 hits, and each has committed an error. And that's a bounding ball past Bob Baylor in the first base coach's box. Terry Mulholland will be the game 2 starter tomorrow night for Philadelphia. Be opposed by Dave Stewart. Nice play on the comebacker by Schilling, and that ends the inning. But the error proves costly to the Phillies. After 3-3 the score.
Toyota proudly presents All Around Champions. Kids love sports. It's an important part of growing up. And if they have the chance to watch and play with a hero like Cecil Fielder, then it also becomes an indelible memory. When a star takes the time and effort to give back to the community, it becomes an experience that has lasting benefits for everyone. Toyota is pleased to salute all-around champion Cecil Fielder by contributing $1,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of Detroit.
Besides being an educator, Jim Elkins is a collector of antiques and an occasional Montana trout. Having owned a dozen Toyota cars, Jim naturally made the T100 his first Toyota truck. Your typical big truck owner? No. But then the T100 is not your typical truck. Observe the Detroit Free Press. The cabin reminds one of the Toyota Camry in equipment and comfort. The Toyota T100 puts you in a whole new class.
Movie Jam.
I love this place.
It's not a party without the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu.
Don't you have any refreshments around here?
The Value Menu has tasty flame-broiled burgers fixed your way for just 99 cents.
Anything you want.
Almost. Like, can you get with a $1.99 croissant sandwich combo?
No problem.
And a Whopper Value Meal for only $2.99 every day. You know who we're doing it for.
For me.
Check your Burger King Value Menu for their everyday low prices.
We all gonna shoot over to Burger King. Burger King?
Try the new Everyday Value Menu.
It's the jam.
Fred's my AT&T sales rep.
The country gives me the creeps, but I came out here to tell Jan about AT&T's Maximum Advantage.
Everything about it is simple, except running it.
Maximum Advantage doesn't work for you. You're automatically enrolled. You get AT&T's best service at our lowest price guaranteed. We'll look at your calling patterns quarterly and make new recommendations. Jan, with our international fax and calling plans for our 800 service, you could be hosting the whole world that you're in.
Hi.
We're the Raskins.
Ah, welcome.
Fred really knows my business. I'm sure I could get him up here full time.
This game summary is sponsored by AT&T.
3-3 the score after 3 innings. John Kruk is 2 for 2 and has driven in 2 of the 3 Philadelphia runs. Paul Molitor had an RBI single for Toronto, scored their first run. And Joe Carter has scored a run and driven in 1. And Kurt Schilling was victimized by the misplay in the outfield, the miscommunication between Thompson and Dykstra, which led to the tying run scoring for Toronto in the bottom of the 3rd. Line scores identical as the 4th inning rolls around. And Ricky Jordan looked at a first pitch ball from Juan Guzman. Bottom 3rd of the order, Jordan, Thompson, and Stockard.
Interesting to notice the reaction of Kurt Schilling, who gave up 2 runs in the 2nd inning. He was mad at himself. But an error by an outfielder, there's no way that he's going to show emotion on the bench, because that's really showing up your outfielder. And the Phillies and the Blue Jays, for that matter, both teams very professional and very much like a family. Very, very close. Matter of fact, Cito Gaston telling us that he's almost as happy these guys won it this year as opposed to last year with 12 new faces on his team.
Even with all the new faces, he feels that this is a more closely knit group than the team that won the World Series last year. And of course, we've heard a lot about the togetherness and harmony of the Phillies, but it certainly looked after the misplay that Thompson and Dykstra were none too pleased with each other.
That can often be a reaction just to what happened. You're not necessarily taking it personally. It's just that you're mad because you both messed the play up.
I imagine in true Phillies fashion that was probably taken care of in the dugout between innings. Davey Phillips rings up Ricky Jordan. He strikes out for the second time tonight, and that's 5 strikeouts for Guzman, 1 out in the 4th.
Now this slider appeared to be outside right there, and outside by a pretty good margin.
Oh, yes.
As you could see there, that's 6 inches outside. Hitters don't mind if umpires call the high strike or the low strike because they can reach them. But if you can't reach your ball, you can't hit it, and that ball is unreachable.
And it appeared that early in the game, right with the first batter, Dave Phillips had a very narrow strike zone, and all of a sudden, when it expands out there, the hitters don't know what to expect when they go up there. Milt Thompson bounced back to the mound his first time up. He tried to check that swing. It was much too late. 0-2 the count.
Thompson really went too far then.
Chop foul beyond the Philadelphia dugout. This is the first World Series for Milt Thompson. He's played more than 1,100 regular season games in his career. The 0-2. And he fought it off the other way. This very easily could have been a World Series between 2 teams called the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Back in the mid-40s for 2 seasons, the Philadelphia Phillies were known as the Philadelphia Blue Jays. Of course, the Toronto franchise selected its nickname of Blue Jays in August of 1976. They had a name the team contest. Blue Jays was submitted by 154 participants. And it was then team owner Robert Carpenter who ran a contest early in 1944 to change the nickname of the Phillies. They hadn't had much success on the field. He thought the change of the name might change the image and perhaps turn around the results. 2 years with the Blue Jays, the Phillies officially restored as the nickname of the Philadelphia baseball team. One out of the bases empty in the 4th. 3-3 the score. 1-2 is the count on Thompson.
Matter of fact, the lady who sent in the winning entry back in 1944, for doing that, her name was Mrs. Crooks. And for doing that, she received a $100 war bond.
In her winning entry, which we obtained a copy of, I think it's exclusively the property of CBS. She said the Blue Jay will reflect new team spirit. It's colorful and personality. His fighting, aggressive spirit never admits defeat. He defends his home grounds fiercely. In his flights afar, his constancy of purpose never wavers. His jaunty, nonchalant poise, when in repose, would make a challenging insignia. No wonder they chose that. That kind of inspiring writing from Mrs. John L. Crooks of Philadelphia back in 1944. Now, of course, you played for the then Philadelphia Blue
Jays. I didn't. I was 3 years old then.
Strike 3. Thompson strikes out swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 4th for Guzman. He has fanned 6 tonight. And another feature of Sky Dome along the concourse, a huge bat with the names of the members of last year's World Series Championship Blue Jay Club. 12 players have departed from that team. Derek Bell, David Cohn, Kelly Gruber, Tom Henke, Jimmy Key, Manuel Lee, Candy Maldonado, Jack Morris, Rance Mulliniks, Pat Tabler, David Wells, and Dave Winfield, all on the World Series roster last year for Toronto. 0-1 the count on Stalker, who bounced the first his first time up. They've been replaced by Rob Butler, Willie Cagnati, Tony Castillo, Darnell Coles, Danny Cox, Tony Fernandez, Ricky Henderson, Pat Henkin, Al Leiter, Paul Molitor, Dick Schofield, and Dave Stewart. Stalker to center and pretty well hit. Devon White still drifting back at the warning track. He makes the catch just in front of the 400-foot mark. And the Phillies go in order in the fourth after 3.5, 3-3 the score.
Hey, early again, huh, Frank?
I don't say this to many people. But what we do, the job we do,
Okay, guys, listen up.
is the most important job I can think of.
You've got a flight control check. Lewis and Randolph.
I mean,
horoscope
there's
on
no
number
such
2.
thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Everybody knows their job. Everybody's responsible. Anybody, right down to the most junior mechanic, can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's the slightest hint of a problem. You might think, doing a job like this, day in, day out, it'd become routine. You know, just turning wrenches. But every now and then, I just go up and take a walk through the terminal. And right there, right in front of you, you see what's important.
Introducing one of the most visually distinct automobiles you've ever seen. If we show it to you now, you'll be so busy looking that you won't be listening, and you won't hear about its precision handling, sophisticated safety systems, and that it's the most technologically advanced Celica Toyota has ever created. Okay, now you can look. The all-new Celica. Watch out, it's coming.
The days of ivory towers are gone. Today, people are faced with the harsher realities of life. Paying the bills, financial security, affording the high cost of college. At Transamerica, we not only understand the problems of today's unsettling world, we make it a point to offer solutions.
Sunday on CBS, the undefeated Saints battle the Steelers. Then, the Niners face the recharged Cowboys. Welcome back, Emmett. I'm a big fan.
In his first year with Toronto, Paul Molitor is already acknowledged as a team leader. Yesterday, we talked about leadership.
In baseball, it's a team game, but it centers around a one-on-one confrontation between a pitcher and a hitter. So leadership to me in baseball is more of preparation, example, consistency, and approach day in and day out. Being willing to pull guys aside maybe one-on-one. I'm not big on rah-rah speeches and clubhouse meetings, but I do like to be a guy to pat a guy in the back, let him know when he's doing something right or wrong. And, you know, if that's worked out into a leadership role and the guys have appreciated it, then it makes you feel good about what you've done.
And Molitor swung at the first pitch of the fourth. He's out on the fly ball to Eisenreich in right. Paul now 1 for 2. He had an infield single and an RBI back in the second.
Usually in baseball, it's the players that come up through the farm system that are more often than not the leaders. It's very unusual for a team to have two leaders in Paul Molitor and Dave Stewart, who've obviously had great careers, but that in itself is not does not qualify for leadership ability. But it's very unusual for two guys to pick up two players and both of them be leaders on the club, and that's what they are.
Tony Fernandez reached on a fielder's choice and drove in a run in the second. And he's ahead in the count with Kurt Schilling. 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out on the bases empty. Bottom of the fourth, 3-3 the score. Fernandez at the plate to be followed by Ed Sprague. And in this ballpark, we have the 2 most sure-handed shortstops in Major League Baseball history. Tony Fernandez with the lowest career rate of errors. Larry Boa, now the Phillies' third base coach, is number 2. They actually shared the lead from time to time this year. Fernandez began the season with the lowest career error rate among Major League shortstops. Boa took over when Fernandez had a couple of errors earlier in the year. Tony, with solid play down the stretch, reclaimed the lead in that category. Here's Larry Boa. Fernandez drew a walk. The second issued by Schilling. And here's Ed Sprague, who bounced a single through the middle his first time up.
You might see some movement on the part of the Blue Jays now. They are in complete contrast to the Phillies. Most of the Blue Jays are first ball hitters.
Fernandez runs late, and he's a dead duck. Fernandez with the delay, and Dalton was able to throw him out with ease.
With the delayed steal, what a runner at first base tries to do, he tries to steal on the middle infielders, because after the pitch is through the strike zone, the middle infielders look down, and when he runs, they are usually late in covering second base, but not so Mariano Duncan.
Sprague tapped one to short. Stockard throws him out, and all of a sudden that's the end of the inning. After 4, 3-3 the score.
Welcome back, everybody. Fred, final question. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Norm.
Name the most affordable mid-size sedan with driver and passenger airbags, anti-lock brakes, and a V6.
Okay, I know it's not an import. How about the Ford Taurus?
Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
What?
The most affordable mid-size sedan with all that stuff is the new Pontiac Grand Prix Sports Sedan.
What?
Denise showed Fred what he could have won.
Grand Prix is the most affordable. Who'd have guessed that? I was going to say Pontiac. I was going to say Pontiac.
We thought we'd been everywhere, seen everything. We were wrong.
We're back to the bone. We're back to the bone.
These guys were weird, and we liked it. Later, they took us to the Tower of Bud. Brother, tomorrow we ride again.
What tire do you trust in the wet? A tire that removes over 2 gallons of water per second from under the tread. The all-season MX-4. Another engineering splash from Michelin.
Coming over the hill, Sarge. Hit the lights, boys! Bigfoot!
2 square feet of pizza and a tasty new crust, all for $10.99. Bigfoot Pizza, the biggest pizza you can get delivered.
Department stores may never be the same now that kids are discovering the Rookie League collection. It's Major League Kids clothes, built to stand up to the way kids play. The Rookie League collection, now playing at a department store near you.
A message from Major League Baseball.
Now, World Series moment from Game 1, 1954. Willie Mays with the spectacular catch of Vic Wertz's drive to center in the 8th inning of that ball game with 2 men on and nobody out. It was a 2-2 game at the time. New York went on to win the game 5-2 in the series over Cleveland 4-0.
Larry Doby was on second base. Al Rosen on first base. Doby went to third, and from everybody that I've talked to who saw that catch, Sean, it wasn't necessarily the catch. I mean, the catch was spectacular, but it was the throw after the catch and the wherewithal of Mays to get the ball back in the infield quickly to prevent Doby from scoring.
Of course, that was Cleveland's last appearance in the World Series, 1954. Philadelphia Phillies making just their 5th appearance in franchise history in the World Series. And they're tied with the Blue Jays at 3-3 as Lenny Dykstra begins the 5th. Dykstra walked, stole second, and scored in the first. He bounced to second in the second. Juan Guzman has retired 6 in a row. Check swing, no swing, says Charlie Williams of the National League, the third base umpire.
Dykstra go too far? Well, he could have. That was close. Almost all replays looked like the hitter went too far, however.
The 1-2 on Dykstra. Lenny and Ricky Henderson indirectly engaged in an exchange of words yesterday through the media. Dykstra was quoted as saying, when Ricky wants to play, he can be dangerous to the opposition. The implication being that Henderson doesn't always perform at 100% intensity. Ricky thought that Dykstra seemed to be claiming the mantle of the best leadoff man in baseball. And Ricky says 1 year doesn't make you the best leadoff man in baseball. Ricky maintains that he has earned that kind of respect with his performance over the duration of his career.
In my opinion, he's the best leadoff hitter in the history of the game, hands down.
Well, you could certainly say that Dykstra had the best season of a leadoff hitter this year in Major League Baseball.
Even though Henderson, before the trade from Oakland, was having a terrific year with the Athletics, and by all rights should have been on the All-Star team, but didn't make it.
Was left off by his current manager, Cito Gaston. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Of course, Dykstra was also an All-Star game snub. Bobby Cox said he was the toughest omission. Guzman has walked 2. Both of those walks were in the first inning. He struck out 6. Payoff pitch. Sliced out of play.
I think Lenny Dykstra was the toughest out in the major leagues this year because of what he just did, foul the ball back. He had 29 leadoff walks. He had a leadoff walk to lead off this game and scored a run. He is undeterred on the pitch count. 773 plate appearances this year. That's a major league record, surpassing Pete Rose in 1974.
And that's a lob down the right field line, and a great catch by Alomar. The Gold Glover with a diving grab of the soft line drive over the head of Olerud. He was almost on the right field line when he made the catch.
This play was awesome. The ball didn't have a lot of hang time. We talked about Alomar's range. No second baseman in baseball comes close to that ball. That is a remarkable play by Roberto Alomar. Wow. He went past the first base position to make that catch.
Duncan looked at ball 1. And ball 2.
I don't think I've ever seen a second baseman roam from the line to second base any wider than Roberto Alomar. He is just remarkable. He made 14 errors this year, but he's never made an error in postseason play.
Two and 1 now on Duncan.
I think some of the errors that he makes, the reason is because he can get to those balls. Most guys, there are base hits, but with Alomar, he gets to balls and has a chance to make an error on balls that most second basemen don't even have a chance on.
Roberto has been the Gold Glove winner at second base in the American League the last 2 years. Actually, has a little bit stiffer competition these days now that Chico Lind is in the American League with the Kansas City Royals. Guzman has set down 7 in a row with the help from Alomar, and that's out of play. Still 2 and 2 on Duncan. John Kruk to hit next. 3-3 the score in the top of the 5th. This is game 1 of the World Series. Game 2 here in Toronto tomorrow night. Games 3, 4, and 5, if necessary, will be played in Philadelphia. Game 6 and 7 are necessary. They'd be back here. And another full count for Guzman. Juan's up to 93 pitches. Payoff pitch. Popped up out of play behind the plate. Duncan is coming into the option year in his contract, and the Phillies will have to make a decision in the offseason. If he comes back next year, he'll make $2.2 million. Obviously, with a number of players eligible for salary arbitration, Phillies payroll is likely to go up. It almost always does coming off a successful season.
Phillies payroll about half of what the Blue Jays is.
Jays payroll at $51 million. And the Phillies at right around $26 million. And with a $7 million per team cut in the national TV contract, teams are going to have to look at those decisions that much more seriously. Olerud runs out of room.
Popcorn, peanuts, caramel popcorn.
Doesn't look like popcorn business is very good in the upper deck behind the plate. Mitch Williams, the wild thing. Another 3-2 to Duncan. Well hit to left. Way back toward the 375 mark. Henderson. It's off the top of the wall. Duncan on his way to third as White retrieves, and it's a triple for Mariano Duncan.
Duncan led the major leagues in triples back in 1990 when he played for the Cincinnati Reds. This ball just misses from going out of here. Two things, and it also just misses being caught by Ricky Henderson. A couple of inches either way. Henderson with the leap and the ball bouncing off the top of the fence, and Duncan has a triple. Now the infield will have to play in for John Kruk, a hitter's delight right here.
Kruk already with 2 runs batted in tonight. Of course, Duncan set a record with 2 triples in Game 3 of the LCS against Atlanta here in Game 1 of the World Series. He has his second hit of the night, a triple. And the infield is in for Toronto in a 3-3 game in the 5th. Kruk has 2 singles. He's driven in 1 run with each of those 2 hits. In the dirt. Here comes the runner to the plate, and he is safe. Duncan took a chance as Borders blocked the ball, and it didn't get all that far from home plate. It was up the third base line, but Duncan didn't hesitate, and he comes on to score the go-ahead run. The Phillies lead for the 3rd time tonight. It's 4-3.
The reason he took the chance is because Guzman was winding up, no chance of throwing behind him, and he was in position to make the play and makes it rather easily. See right there, landing on his right foot, and by the time the ball bounces away from Borders, Borders tried to backhand the play. A little shovel pass to Guzman, but the wild pitch cost the Blue Jays a run. Remember, Guzman had 26 wild pitches on the season, and Duncan scores easily, and the Phillies retake the lead.
4-3 Philadelphia. 1 out of the bases now empty, and 1-2 the count on Kruk. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 26 wild pitches during the regular season was an American League record set by Juan Guzman. He had 26 of the 83 wild pitches thrown by Toronto hurlers, the total that led the league. It's a tough staff to catch for Pat Borders. Off-speed pitch, the changeup, and it missed, and the count is full.
Put Pat Borders on another team, and he wouldn't have that problem, but he's got Guzman, who is wild. He walked 110 with 26 wild pitches. Dave Stewart with the splitter in the dirt. Jack Morris relied on the splitter in the dirt.
And it was Morris who held the old American League record for wild pitches. And he uncorked 24 for Detroit back in 1987. 4-3 Philadelphia in the 5th inning. Another 3-2 to Kruk. Is ball 4. He's on base for the 3rd time tonight. The 3rd walk issued by Guzman. The first one has thrown since the 1st inning. And the batter is Dave Hollins, who walked in the 1st and flied to center in the 3rd. Hollins is from Orchard Park, New York, which is in suburban Buffalo, and that's not very far from Sky Dome, only about an hour-and-a-half drive. And the pitch count, 105 for Guzman. And right on cue, the pitching coach Galen Cisco. There is no action at the moment, but that will change momentarily. One of the features of Sky Dome is that you cannot see into the bullpens from most locations at Sky Dome. And Al Leiter is warming up. You see the sign in the background. Class of 1958 BHS. That was posted by the man in the background, John Sullivan, the Blue Jays bullpen coach. He is missing his 35th high school reunion tonight. That's Bernardsville High School in New Jersey. So Sully wanted to send along his best wishes to his classmates celebrating their 35th reunion tonight. His graduating class, about 160 students. John's wife made the sign. One and one the count on Hollins.
I think I'd rather be a part of a World Series team than go to a reunion. Nothing against reunions.
And Sully feels that way too. We should note that this is also a very special day. You mentioned you were 3 years old when the Blue Jays in Philadelphia were then the Philadelphia Blue Jays, not the Philly. And today you are celebrating a birthday. And the folks could probably do the math.
I'm 52 this evening.
5-2. Yes, indeed.
Not this morning, this evening. I was going to wait as long as I could.
Well, from all of us at CBS, and I'm sure many fans around the country, a happy birthday.
Thank you.
One rattled the mask of Borders. You were talking with Pat yesterday, and certainly you can sympathize with his experience as a catcher. And I was interested to hear his response when you asked him, how many days this year have you gone behind the plate feeling well? And he said, oh, about 10.
10 out of 162. And that's one of the reasons right there. He gets one uncorked right off the mask, and now a ball in the dirt. Guzman has thrown one wild pitch in this inning that led to a run. And here's another one. Another idea of why this Toronto pitching staff is so hard to catch. A lot of bumps and bruises from Pat Borders, catching Dave Stewart in the pennant clincher against the White Sox last week.
Still 2-2 on Hollins. 1 out. Kruk at first. 1 run in here in the 5th. The Phillies lead for the 3rd time tonight. It's 4-3.
We talked about that unusual move of Juan Guzman. Most power pitchers have a high leg kick. But with Guzman, he kicks the leg high and then he slides it out. That is a very unusual leg kick for Juan Guzman.
And Hollins had to kick his legs out of the way to avoid ball 3.
Most right-handed pitchers are either the power pitchers either kick the leg up real high or have the slide step. Well, Guzman has both.
You think Kruk will be running?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Phillies with the lead.
He does run on the 3-2 pitch. Bounced down to first. Olerud looked at second, but he knew that Kruk was off with the pitch. So Jim Fregosi's decision to move the runner kept him out of the double play.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons you do it. You send the runner to stay out of the double play. Ideally, as an offensive player, you'd obviously like to have first and third in that situation. Like to have a home run, but things like that, they don't happen that often. But the play is designed to first and third them and to stay out of the double play. And now Dalton will be walked intentionally.
To put runners at first and second. And they'll take their chances with Jim Eisenreich.
You know, it's tough to walk batters intentionally with a guy like Guzman pitching because he walks a lot of guys anyway. Sometimes an intentional walk can lead to a big inning, even though Eisenreich is 0 for 2 on the night.
Gaston doesn't gain anything in terms of righty versus lefty. Eisenreich is a left-handed hitter, as is Dalton. Guzman has thrown 31 pitches this inning and 111 for the ball game. Phillies lead 4-3. They've reclaimed the lead with a run here in the 5th, and they have Jim Eisenreich at the plate, the 6th batter of the inning. He is struck out and grounded out. First pitch to Eisenreich at 95 miles per hour. He fouled it straight back and out of play. And a breaking ball low. 1-1. Pulled foul past Mel Roberts in the first base coach's box. 1-2 on Eisenreich. The Phillies brain trust: Dennis Menke, John Vukovich, Jim Fregosi, Johnny Padres. The 1-2 in the dirt. Another good block by Borders. Cito Gaston said before the game tonight Borders probably should have caught fewer games than he did this year, but Cito notes Borders is one of those guys who can't stand to come out of the lineup. Sometimes you just have to tell the player, too bad, you're not playing tonight. Half swing, and it's bounced down to Sprague at third. He goes to first to end the inning. Halfway through the ball game, Philadelphia 4, Toronto 3.
Random access memory. Really good. Now, once again, megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes.
At Compaq, we realized that learning about computers can be pretty intimidating. So we invented Presario, computers designed and priced to make it easier. They come loaded with all the software you need to get started right away. And they're backed by a 3-year warranty. WYSIWYG. So instead of sounding smart about computers, you can be smart about computers. The new Presario from Compaq.
They say good pitching beats good hitting any day. The Achieva Special Edition by Oldsmobile. Check out this slow curve. How about a backdoor slider? Here comes one all loaded up. Yeah, and here comes the money pitch. It's your call.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
When ashes turn to ashes
and dust returns to dust,
betrayal is the only friend some men can never trust.
This November, return to a time of courage.
You fight my people all my life.
Return to Lonesome Dove.
While horses have to run.
I was in love once.
Train is like the blood between a father and a son.
This is the next great chapter of the story that became a legend.
Ride, cowboy, ride, until this drive is done.
It's been a long time since a new man made me laugh.
CBS proudly presents a major television event.
I saw you gun a man in cold blood.
Beginning Sunday, November 14th, return to Lonesome Dove.
Well, it's good to see that the folks here at Sky Dome appreciate the magnitude of this historic occasion. Tim McCarver's 52nd birthday.
Well,
and
that's mighty nice.
look at what our crew has whipped up for you. Our producer, Bob Dekas, and our director, Bob Fishman, spent all day in the kitchen today.
No, that's very nice. After 4 years, it's a piece of cake.
Hope you're hungry.
I am.
Look at the size of this.
It's like you need a tarp to cover it.
Isn't
That is
beautiful?
very nice. Very, very nice.
I look forward to that after the game. It's good to see at age 52 you can still blush.
Oh, that is very nice. That's a big league cake right there. Wow.
Foul ball off the bat of the leadoff man here in the bottom of the fifth, Pat Borders, who lined to the first baseman Kruk his first time up. So it's comeback time again for Toronto. They find themselves trailing for the third time tonight. Borders, then the top of the order, Ricky Henderson and Devon White against Curt Schilling. Down the right field line and slicing toward the corner. It is a foul ball, and not by much.
Right field umpire Dana DeMuth is right on top of the play, and this is one of the reasons that in postseason play you have a right field umpire, but that ball slicing toward the line really doesn't have a lot of room. It actually hit the wall before it landed foul, but had that wall not been there, it would have been about 4 feet foul.
That's part of our new contest too. Hit a CBS Sports banner, win a cake. Sorry. Didn't last long. Pat Borders honing in, trying to take it away from you very quickly. I don't think he actually hit the sign, though, so you have to keep the cake momentarily at least. Strike three. Borders called out on strikes. Leading off the fifth, that's just the second strikeout of the night for Schilling,
who struck out 19 in the National League Championship Series in 16 innings. This ball right on the front corner of the plate. Doesn't matter where the catcher catches the ball. He could catch it off the plate. But that ball, as you could see, caught the front corner. Only the second strikeout, but Schilling, overpowering against the Braves, has not been so tonight.
His first pitch, a strike to Ricky Henderson. Ricky walked in the first inning, flied to right in the second. He took a big cut and then immediately looked at his hand. Mentioned that both hands are sore for Ricky, and the count is 0-2. Pat Gillick, the Blue Jays general manager, has acknowledged that if he had it to do over again, he probably wouldn't make the Henderson trade. Duncan throws him out. Ricky went sliding into first, head first, but it was too late. 2 down in the 5th. Tomorrow on the NFL Today, join Greg and Terry for all the latest NFL news, including a special look at 49ers quarterback Steve Young. Is he ready for the NFC Championship rematch versus Dallas? Jimmy Johnson talks about the Cowboys' chances, plus an update on Bernie Kosar and Warren Moon as they ride the bench. Our studio guest tomorrow is Eric Dickerson. It's all tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern on the NFL Today. It's all you need to know. Devon White, the hitter, and he looked at a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1. It was White who reached on the air, charged to Thompson when Thompson and Dykstra combined to misplay Devon's fly ball in the 3rd. He scored an unearned run, charged to Schilling in the 3rd. Out of play to the left, 1-1 on White. He mentioned during Devon's first at bat that he was born in Kingston, Jamaica, came to New York City when he was 9, didn't play baseball until he was 9 years old. He was a soccer and a cricket player. And a little bit later on, you will explain to us all the rules of cricket.
Without being a good low ball hitter, you have to be in cricket. Devon's father, as a matter of fact, was one of the famous cricketers from Jamaica.
A bullet to right. That one might land in Jamaica. Into the second deck and right for Devon White. A mammoth home run to tie the game at 4.
Like a splitter or a slider, but not for long.
Now a pop-up by Alomar. Hollins in foul ground, puts it away to end the inning. But the Blue Jays have tied it again on the home run by White, 4-4 after 5.
They say good pitching beats good hitting any day. The Achieve a Special Edition by Oldsmobile. Check out this slow curve. How about a backdoor slider? Here comes one all loaded up. Yeah, and here comes the money pitch. It's your call.
Everyone knows Duracell batteries last a real long time, but why? Hey, Kristen, does that science course teach you why these batteries last so long? What? Never mind. And my wife's big in these consumerist issues. Hey, honey, these Duracell... Yeah? Not the right time. Oh, there's a clue. Hey, TJ.
What?
Too young. Think I'll go on a little quest. Find out why these Duracell batteries last so long, even if it takes me to the end of the block. Oh, my know-it-all neighbor, Jerry. Hey, Jer!
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
And I'm going to find out why. So, Mike, you're one of the last of the neighborhood pharmacists, I guess.
That is correct.
Seems you only carry Duracell batteries back there.
That is correct.
Ever figure out what makes them last so long?
It's a mystery. Someday I'm going to solve it. But they're so dependable that there's no question or doubt I haven't any hesitation whatsoever in selling them.
Any other kind of product in here you'd equate with Duracell batteries?
None whatsoever.
Nothing else in the store is as reliable?
Nothing.
Not even you?
Well, I am.
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
That is correct.
But why?
Communication is not crucial to our business. It is our business.
I have a pet peeve about people who don't return phone calls. So if you don't hear from me, you can rest assured I'm probably dead.
Century 21, rated best at selling homes.
In Lake Edna, you can get a quarter for $1.99. Come into KFC and enjoy a quarter of the Colonel's Rotisserie Gold. Slow roasted, deep marinated. And now with a cornbread muffin, just $1.99. At KFC, we do chicken right.
Get out your game cards. It's time for the Budweiser World Series Classic Play.
Game 1, 1988. Dodgers pinch hitter Kirk Gibson powered a dramatic home run in the ninth to beat Oakland 5-4.
Gibson's home run. Write it down. You could win $100,000 from Budweiser.
Moments ago, this was the reaction of Curt Schilling as he came off the mound after having surrendered the game-tying home run to Devon White. So it's 4-4 as we go to the sixth. The line scores again identical. And after 5 innings by Juan Guzman, Cito Gaston has handed the ball over to Al Leiter.
Al Leiter traded for Jesse Barfield back in 1989. And after years, about 3 as a matter of fact, of struggling, all sorts of operations on the elbow and shoulder, he's back in fine form. He worked 34 games this year. He started 12, and one of the big questions was whether Al Leiter would start game 4 of the series. Maybe Cito Gaston will work him a couple of innings here as a tune-up.
Leiter's first World Series pitch, a strike to Ricky Jordan, who is happy that Guzman has departed. He struck out twice against Juan. That's fouled out of play and right. Into the crowd of 52,011. Leiter 6'3", 215 pounds. He'll turn 28 years old 1 week from tonight. And Jordan fouled it away with a half swing. Jordan, Thompson, and Stockard, the bottom third of the order for Philadelphia in the sixth. Up and in, 1-2. And on the hands, a little looper that falls in right. Ricky Jordan with a base hit. Yesterday, we spoke with Al Leiter about the meaning of this World Series appearance.
This is a dream. I mean, you know, this World Series, I mean, I look at the perspective of things. I mean, you know, you hear about guys talking about blowing games or maybe giving up a key hit and whatnot. This is all kind of a fantasy for me. I mean, of course, go out there, be aggressive, throw strikes, and do the things that a pitcher has to do to get hitters out. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of not the real world.
It's a real-life fantasy camp for Al Leiter.
And he talked about understanding the meaning of the real world and life within it. Comes from a working-class family in New Jersey. He's the youngest of 7 children. His twin sister, Alexia, the only girl in the family. She was 17 minutes older than Al. 1-1 the count as he works to Milt Thompson, who hit only 175 this year against left-handed pitching during the regular season. Bounced back to the mound and struck out against Guzman. 4-4 the score in the 6th inning. Chopped to short. Fernandez. Double play, and that's about as easy as it will get for Tony Fernandez.
One hopper to Fernandez. You may be wondering, well, why didn't Jim Fregosi use Pete Incaviglia? He's got the right-handed hitter on the bench. In a 4-4 game, it's really too early to use a pinch hitter, because if Incaviglia doesn't produce, well, then you weaken your defense. Thompson, a much better defensive left fielder than Pete. If you're trailing by 2 runs, I think you might have seen Incaviglia, but it being a tie game, it's still more or less a defensive battle.
Now Kevin Stalker. Surprised just about everybody in the ballpark during his last at bat when he had a fly ball to the base of the wall and straightaway center field. On White, a long way to shag it. You can't see into the bullpens here, and consequently, when those in the bullpen are at field level, they can't see the action through the fence, so they have raised seating in each bullpen. Check swing and a ball low and in. 2-1 on Stalker. Two outs, bases empty, 6th inning. 4-4 the score.
Right on the corner to Stalker.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Just outside. There had been speculation that Al Leiter would be the Game 4 starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. Cito Gaston has only named his first 3 starters. Guzman tonight, Stewart tomorrow, Pat Henkin in Game 3. Pulled sharply foul. Leiter and Stottlemyre have been considered the candidates to start Game 4 if Gaston decides to go with 4 starters. But Jim Fregosi thinks Cito might only use 3.
We asked Al Leiter yesterday whether he would rather appear in 4 games and contribute or start 1 game and contribute. He said, I'd rather appear in 4.
Payoff pitch is ball 4 up and away. At the conclusion of tonight's game, Tim and I will select the Chevrolet player of the game. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in the player's name to the Special Olympics. Top of the order around for the 4th time for Philadelphia, Lenny Dykstra. 0 for 2. He walked, leading off the ball game, stole second and scored the first run of the game. Last time up, he was robbed of a hit on a great diving catch of a pop up along the right field line by Roberto Alomar. Strike 2. 0-2 on Dykstra.
Now it's more of a running count than it was earlier because the count 0-2. If Stalker is thrown out, then Dykstra leads off the 7th inning. Stalker with 5 stolen bases during the season. He was not caught.
And the Phillies have stolen 2 bases tonight. Up the middle, base hit. Stalker will stop at second. And perhaps he was fortunate that White didn't throw in behind him. He made a very wide turn around second base. Dykstra has his first hit of the night.
Here's a situation, depending on the out count, you may try to go to third base. With 1 out, you definitely try it. With none or 2 outs, you don't try it. It's really not worth the risk. With 2 outs, for the most part, you're going to score from second on a ball just as well as you're going to score from third. Of course, a wild pitch. If you got Guzman pitching, you take a chance to go to third because of all the wild pitches he throws. But normally, you just can't take the chance with 2 outs.
Runners at first and second with 2 down. 4-4 the score in the 6th inning. Here's Duncan. Mariano has singled and tripled tonight. Stolen a base and scored 2 runs. Leiter has given up 2 hits and a walk in the inning. Duncan up the middle. Alomar, great play to keep it in the infield. He lost the handle, but Stalker was diving back into third head first. If Stalker had remained on his feet, he would have been able to score once the ball slipped out of the hand of Alomar.
Well, Larry Boa, middle infielder and now the third base coach for the Phillies, sees Alomar make the play. Another remarkable range play by Alomar. Stalker is making the turn. He doesn't know whether the ball's gotten through or not, but look at Boa, up with the hands, go back because he thought Alomar was going to come up and throw behind Stalker at third base. Boa, as a matter of fact, managed Alomar in AAA with the Padres, their AAA farm, and the Padres. Great play by Alomar.
Bases loaded with 2 outs. And John Kruk, the batter. He's working on a perfect night. He has singled twice and walked. He has driven in 2 and scored 1. He looked at ball 1, and Borders goes to the mound to speak with Leiter. The runner at third is Kevin Stalker. He reached with 2 outs on a walk. Then Lenny Dykstra singled to center. He's now at second after the infield hit by Mariano Duncan. Phillies hope to give Kurt Schilling the lead for the 4th time tonight. Inside corner, 1-1 on Kruk. Kruk didn't fare very well during the regular season with the bases full. He had only 1 hit. Breaking ball went around the inside part of the plate. 2-1. Big rip and a miss. Per hour on the Leiter fastball. Will try to emerge from this inning unscathed, despite having surrendered 3 hits and a walk. The 2-2, low and away. And now there will be all kinds of movement with a 3-2 pitch and the bases loaded, 2 outs. All the runners will be off with the Leiter delivery.
Leiter's winding up, and he should be stretching. On a short double long single, that allows the runner at first to score.
The runners go, and Kruk strikes out. 3 hits and a walk, but no runs for Philadelphia in the 6th. We'll return to Sky Dome after this message and a word from your local station.
John Ritter and Marky Post are moving back home.
I thought everyone around here was supposed to be happy.
They were when I left.
Maybe you should leave again.
Hearts of Fire returns October 27th.
Every Friday, Dick Van Dyke is a crime-solving doctor.
Somebody murdered my patient.
Now, it's a case of holy murder.
Where were you, Father? I'm not sure I like that question. I'm not sure I like the answer.
And with Scott Baio on the team, will Dr. Sloan catch the killer? Robert Guillaume guest stars.
I think you better be careful, Doctor.
Diagnosis Murder premieres October 29th.
This is CBS.
Don't you have anything to fit me?
No offense, Mr. Jones, but you are a little on the small side.
I need more choices.
Harry, give me those genuine yellow pages.
Look, choices. Italian, Greek, Chinese. You want more?
Those are restaurants.
That's right. You put some meat on those bones and come back and see us.
9 out of 10 use it.
Mr. Matterhorn!
The genuine Bella, Pennsylvania yellow pages from Bell Atlantic.
Are you losing weight?
It's interesting. The same pickups that overall carry the most powerful line of engines on the planet also carry the most safety features. The new Dodge.
You're looking at the
fountain of youth. Advanced Formula Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. In a test, it protected an engine for 200,000 miles. The result? Vital engine parts that looked as young as the day they were born. There was virtually no engine wear. If you're looking for the fountain of youth, you'll find it in a container of motor oil. Mobil 1 Synthetic. It keeps your engine running like new.
What makes the wild thing so wild? Herb will tell you Tuesday after the game.
Game 2 of the 1993 World Series is tomorrow night here at Sky Dome. We're on the air at 8 Eastern time with the first pitch scheduled for 8:29. Airtime on CBS for all of the World Series games is 8 o'clock Eastern time. And the pitchers tomorrow night, Terry Mulholland for Philadelphia and Dave Stewart for Toronto. Game 1 tied at 4. Blue Jays with a chance to take the lead for the first time tonight. And they have the middle third of their order coming up against Kurt Schilling. Joe Carter looked at ball 1. He singled and scored in the second and had a sacrifice fly in the third. 1 ball and 1 strike. Schilling has needed only 74 pitches to reach this point. Juan Guzman, the Toronto starter, his 5 innings threw 120 pitches. Guzman surrendered 4 runs on 5 hits. He walked 4. One of those was an intentional walk. He struck out 6 through a wild pitch. All the runs against Guzman were earned runs. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Carter. We talked about all of the new faces on this Blue Jay roster. Joe Carter almost needed to be replaced by the Blue Jays. He came very close to going to the Kansas City Royals as a free agent in the offseason. Actually turned down more money to stay in Toronto. That was especially a difficult decision because the Carters make their home in the Kansas City area and will always live there.
That it had gotten to the point where he had written letters to the people in Toronto telling them that he was not returning.
And his agent had collaborated to write an open letter to the fans that they hoped would be published in the Toronto paper.
Sean, you asked him yesterday how close was it, and he held his thumb and forefinger together about 1/10 of an inch apart. He said that close.
Chopped back to the mound. Schilling makes the play. That'll bring up John Olerud, the league's leading hitter this year. We talked with him about his hitting philosophy.
I think it just depends on how I feel, how up at the plate. When I'm feeling good, I'm able to react to pitches a lot better, and I'm picking up the ball sooner. And I don't know, I try to be as selective as I can because I can't hit those tough pitches out of the strike zone.
He hits that one down the right field line and deep, hooking toward the pole. Home run! John Olerud gives the Blue Jays their first lead of the night. It's 5-4 Toronto.
That sound by John Olerud saying, I can't hit those tough pitches out of the strike zone. But he can certainly hit those in the strike zone. Wow.
Second home run of the night for the Blue Jays. Devon White hit the first last inning that tied the game at 4-4. It's the second postseason homer of Olerud's career. He hit 24 during the regular season. And Toronto leads for the first time tonight 5-4 in the 6th inning. Schilling has now given up 6 hits. Paul Molitor was thrown out by Duncan. Molitor now 1 for 3. He had an infield single to pick up an RBI back in the second.
You know, when you think about it, Olerud swings like Devon White runs. Devon White with that loping, smooth, and easy stride of his, and Olerud with that smooth, easy swing of his.
John said his goal for this year was to hit 300 for the first time. Certainly exceeded that expectation and then some. Tony Fernandez, the batter. Action again in the Philadelphia bullpen. Ben Rivera was up earlier. Now it's Roger Mason. The bullpen coach Mike Ryan looking on. Backdoor breaking ball miss. 2-0 on Fernandez. Cito Gaston said it was a big lift to Olerud when they acquired Fernandez in the trade from the Mets. It gave John a little bit more protection. Tony chops one to second. And Duncan throws him out. But the Blue Jays have the lead, courtesy of the home run by Olerud after 6 by 4 Toronto.
You've got to attack the courses. You've got to master the machinery. You've got to use all your resources.
It's not really that difficult to earn the name Goodwrench.
All it takes is all you've got.
Goodwrench, raising the standards of performance on the track and in your GM dealership.
You have a son.
Sometimes life gives us just what we hope for. And sometimes it doesn't.
You don't have a lot of time left. I'm looking for a miracle here.
You believe in miracles?
From the makers of Ghost.
I'm gonna repeat this thing, yeah?
Michael Keaton, Nicole Kidman. My Life. Rated PG-13. At theaters November 12th.
Hi, this has to be in LA tomorrow.
No problem, sir.
LAX, prepare for approach.
With express mail from the Postal Service, you're never left in the dark.
Yes, your package is in LA and will be delivered.
Morning.
From just $9.95, we track, we trace, we deliver for you.
Who makes the only TV with a smart sound feature, which ensures your volume will stay at normal levels, even when something like this comes on?
Magnavox. Smart. Very smart.
Yes! No use shouting, old man.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 1 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by your GM Goodwrench dealer. Hey, we want your business. Columbia Pictures' My Life at theaters November 12th. The American Express card. Don't leave home without it. And by the ingenious products from Magnavox. They're smart. Very smart.
We're heading to the 7th inning in Game 1 of the World Series, and the Toronto Blue Jays lead for the first time tonight by a score of 5-4. And Roberto Alomar's 2 defensive plays loom large right now.
Yeah, that kind of gets lost in the shuffle. In the 5th inning, he makes the play on the Lenny Dykstra little looper over first base, and this shows you the extraordinary range of Roberto Alomar. He makes it about even with the position, and then with Duncan up and runners on at first and second and 2 out, Alomar once again shows that there is a Rob in Robbie.
And Dave Hollins is at the plate, facing Al Leiter. To avoid giving up a run last inning, thanks in large part to the assistance of Alomar. Hollins 0 for 2 with a walk his first time up. Aaron Dalton is on deck, and then Jim Eisenreich. Leiter beginning his 2nd inning of relief. Juan Guzman. And Kurt Schilling has gone all the way through the first 6 innings for Philadelphia. Broken bat, dribbler down to third. Sprague on the move. Nice play.
in motion for Ed Sprague. Transfer of the ball from the glove and a strong throw. Ed Sprague with 17 errors this year, but he did a very, very good job. And that's one of the reasons Cito Gaston says it's not an easy decision whether to put Paul Molitor there when the Blue Jays go to Philadelphia on Tuesday for Game 3.
Decision Gaston still has not made. He said before the game tonight he wants to wait to see how these first couple of games go. Aaron Dalton singled to right to drive in a run in the first. He struck out in the third and was intentionally walked in the fifth. And he's in the hole here, 0-2. It wasn't all that long ago that Al Leiter experienced what he called the lowest of several low points in his career. That was in 1991. And he spent much of the year at Dunedin in Florida on 2 injury rehabilitation assignments. He and his wife, and at the time they were newlyweds, were in a hotel. They thought it would just be 20-day rehab and then on the way back to the major leagues. And as it turns out, Leiter spent much of the summer at Dunedin, far away from the bright lights of the major leagues. Alomar throws out Dalton. As we mentioned Dunedin, that's where the Blue Jays hold their spring training, and the Phillies train in Clearwater. Their 2 spring training ballparks are only about 5 miles apart. And as a result, they do see a lot of each other in the spring. Played 4 times in spring training to the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Phillies won all 4, prompting Cito Gaston to make the Phillies his pick to win the National League East before the season began. So that's why you're picking the Phillies. He said, well, we can't beat them, so they must be pretty good.
Cito Gaston and Jim Fregosi, very close friends. They belong to the same country club, Crescent Oaks Country Club in Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Fregosi said they don't play much golf together, but they have met from time to time at the 19th hole. Charlie Williams said it was not a swing by Eisenreich, who's 0 for 3 tonight.
Wow. Tough pitch to take and a tough pitch to call a ball.
That's a swing.
I thought the pitch was a strike, too.
No question about that one. Leiter works a 1-2-3 inning. 7th inning stretch in Toronto. The home team has a 1-run lead.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Share Our Strength does is we get resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country. We're grateful for American Express card member support in helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
Broncos, Cherokees, Pathfinders, any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
When I slide into home, it's like 2 trains colliding. I'm the big train.
All men are created equal. Some just work harder in the preseason.
Yeah, this is nice. Like the seats. Lots of room, that's good. Whoa, lots of room back there, too. Right, smooth. Real smooth. Ah, they must have fixed this road.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Even when it's just barely a road at all.
Monday, the family frog croaks.
Shelly, come on, you're a doctor.
I'm a plastic surgeon, Beth. You want me to do his eyes?
All new Dave's World, Monday.
Can't you pump his little froggy arms?
Friends, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Kurt Schilling's first pitch of the bottom of the 7th. The ball up and in to Ed Sprague. Blue Jays batting with a 5-4 lead. They have trailed 3 times in this ball game. This is the first time they've led. Sprague with a high pop-up. Hollins running out of room. There is action in the Philadelphia bullpen. The right-hander is Larry Anderson and the lefty David West. Three right-handed hitters due up in this inning. Sprague, Borders, and Henderson. I mentioned the possibility of Paul Molitor going into play third base when the scene shifts to Philadelphia and the DH will not be employed. And Ed Sprague has a great attitude about that. He said, if that's what's best for the team, I am more than willing to go to the bench and allow Molitor to play. Molitor has to play somewhere.
Last time Molitor played third base on any regular basis was back in 1989. He played 112 games there that year. That's a long time to lay out and then come in on the World Series and try to defend that position. And if it were left field, it'd be different. First base, it would be different. But third base, very difficult.
Paul has joked that he'll be fine over at third base as long as the pitcher will cut off the throws across the infield and relay them on to first. Of course, there's a guy named Gary Sheffield who was coming through the Milwaukee organization that helped move Molitor away from third base and into a DH role. Schilling with a strikeout of Sprague for the first out of the 7th. Third strikeout of the night for Kurt Schilling.
The slider gets Sprague. Ed, as much as any of the Blue Jays, a high fastball hitter. He proved that in game 2 of the series last year. His first World Series at bat, a home run off Jeff Reardon.
Pat Borders was the MVP of last year's World Series. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's lined to first and struck out. And he was out ahead of that off-speed offering from Schilling. 0-2. Toronto leads 5-4. The Blue Jays bat in the 7th. 1 out of the base is empty. That's well hit up the middle. Duncan couldn't get it. And Borders has his first hit of the night. The Blue Jays 7th.
Good piece of hitting. Borders does not try to pull the slider. He hits it hard the other way, and it goes under the glove of Duncan.
Dalton returns to the home plate area after a trip to the mound. And the top of the order comes around again for the Blue Jays. Ricky Henderson digs in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk back in the first inning. Again, tough to tell where that one missed. Kurt Schilling makes his home now in the Philadelphia area in New Jersey. We're up in Arizona, but he was born in Alaska. And as Pat O'Brien told you during the pregame show, he's the first native of Alaska to start game 1 of the World Series. He's actually boasting of the northernmost birthplace of any game 1 starter in World Series history. Anchorage sits on the 62nd parallel. It's amazing what they research when it comes to the World Series. Of course, all the talk about the Phillies and their appearance and the bellies and such. Well, they added together all the weights of the starting lineups. And the average Philadelphia starter weighs only 1.5 pounds more than the average Toronto starter.
Caption under one of the pictures here in the Toronto Star was the Broad Street Bellies, a play on the Broad Street Bullies. Of course, the Philadelphia Flyers were classified as that back in the middle 70s. Bernie Perrant, Bobby Clark.
Maybe that's why Fregosi didn't start in Cavaliers tonight. He wanted to keep the average down. The average weight of a Philadelphia starter tonight, 198.8 pounds. While the average Blue Jay starter's weight, 197.2. And there's a guy in the background who's an interesting figure in this series, Nick Leyba, formerly the Phillies manager. He managed Philadelphia for 2 seasons plus 13 games. And was replaced by Jim Fregosi. Now the Blue Jays' third base coach. Payoff pitch to Henderson, line down the left field line. Borders will try for third and get there as the throw goes to second, holding Henderson to a long single. First and third with 1 out for Toronto in the 7th inning.
Nice play by Milt Thompson to cut this ball off, prevent it from hitting the fence, and throwing to the right base. That keeps the double play in order, but I think Jim Fregosi may go to the left-hander here. Swing Devon White around to the right side and give him a better pickoff move with Henderson on at first base.
David West will be the new pitcher when we come back.
Announcing the biggest advance in Quaker State history. It's Quaker State's new advanced high-tech formula motor oil. Superior protection against wear. Superior protection against heat and stress. Superior cleaning power. New advanced Quaker State motor oil. It's formulated for today's high-tech engines. And now announcing the biggest rebate in Quaker State history. Get a $4.20 cashback rebate to try new advanced high-tech formula Quaker State.
Smith Barney Shearson, where we stand on the stock market. With stock prices near an all-time high, many analysts consider the market overvalued. We are not among them. We believe the market will go even higher, and we've identified companies we think will lead the way. Companies you may not expect. Talk with us. Smith Barney Shearson. We make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it.
Hi there, I'm Dave Thomas, and I'd like one of those Monterey Ranch chicken sandwiches, please.
Hi, I'm Dave Thomas.
I'd like a Monterey Ranch
Chicken sandwich.
When we stopped making our Monterey Ranch chicken sandwich, people tried everything to get one. Well, it's back, so now you can just be yourself.
Hi, I'm Dave Thomas.
Check this out. I'm eating a hero, even with my dentures, thanks to Super Polygrip.
Super Polygrip holds so tight many denture wearers can enjoy more of their favorite foods.
Even a hero.
Super Polygrip, now in easy squeeze tube.
More Americans trust Napa for everything they need to keep their vehicles running and to help them save, too. Get this Napa Power Battery for just $29.99 after rebate. An Evercraft 30-piece socket set is just $14.99. And a 3-pack of STP gas treatment is a low $1.99. So run into your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
Kurt Schilling's night is over after 99 pitches over 6 1/3 innings. He wasn't as effective certainly tonight as he was in his 2 starts in the National League Championship Series. And here's David West, who appeared in the '91 World Series for the Minnesota Twins. He didn't have a very easy time of it, as that line indicated. He's greeted by Devon White. Blue Jays trying to build on a 5-4 lead. They have runners at first and third with 1 out. First pitch from West, breaking ball up and away. That is Colleen White, Devon White's wife, looking on in the Blue Jays wide section. Henderson running. Was fouled away by White.
Devon White, his last at bat from the left side, homers down the right field line. And you may remember in Game 6 of the American League Championship Series, when Gene Lamont brought in a left-hander, Scott Radinsky, the first man he faced was Devon White, and he hit a home run, a solo shot, and then that ignited the Blue Jays. They blew out the White Sox, scoring 4 in the ninth.
Certainly Lamont made the percentage move. White has been a better hitter left-handed during the regular season. He hit only .254 right-handed as compared to .281 from the left, and Devon had only 3 of his 15 regular season home runs from the right side.
I said 4 in the ninth. The Blue Jays scored 3 in the ninth that last game at Chicago.
Two balls and 2 strikes. David West trying to erase the memory of his 2 appearances in that '91 World Series while with the Twins. He faced 6 batters and retired none. He allowed 2 walks and 4 hits, including a home run to Lonnie Smith. So his World Series ERA is infinity. Henderson runs again, and White fouled it off to the right.
I think if you run in a situation like this, of course Ricky Henderson knows that. I mean, 1,095 stolen bases during the season. But if you run, you have to make more sure than you would under normal circumstances, because if you get thrown out, you lose the sacrifice fly or fielder's choice that's going to plate a run that puts you 2 runs up.
Fans chanting Devo, Devo. That's Devon White's nickname. The 2-2 pitch. Well hit down the left field line. Fair ball. Borders in to make it a 2-run lead. Henderson to third. Throw to second. Not in time. And the Blue Jays lead 6-4.
A high, tight fastball, and it's fisted down the left field line. White had 42 doubles during the regular season. And he just has tremendous plate coverage right now. A world of confidence, and you can see it in his eyes.
One of the top hitters ever in the postseason, as we showed you earlier. And he has driven in 2 big runs for the Blue Jays tonight. Now a chance to break it open. They lead by 2. They have 2 men in scoring position. The infield in for the Phillies. And Roberto Alomar went spinning out of the way of ball 1.
Tell you, an option for Jim Fregosi right now is to walk Alomar and bring in Larry Anderson to pitch to Joe Carter. He's opted to pitch to Alomar. This is a dangerous situation for Jim Fregosi.
The only Blue Jay not to reach base tonight. And if you are going to pitch to him, that's the reason why you stick with the left-handed pitcher. Roberto fared much better against right-handers. The 2-0 in the dirt. Check swing. They wanted to peel down to first. Strike, says Paul Runge.
It appeared that he went around Alomar a little too anxious, and he goes too far. Nice play by Dalton on the scoop.
The 2-1, and David West fouled out of play to the right. run in this inning charged to Kurt Schilling, and he's also responsible for Ricky Henderson standing at third. White at second, the responsibility of David West. The 2-2 pitch fouled out of play. He's been outstanding in this situation during his career in the postseason. West could use the strikeout. The 2-2. Ripped down the line. Fair ball to score 2. Alomar has a double, and the Blue Jays have an 8-4 lead. And David West still hasn't gotten anybody out in World Series play.
6 straight batters got on in 1991, and the first 2 here with doubles pulled down the line. First White and now Alomar. And remember, Fregosi did have the option of walking Alomar, but you know what he's looking at? He's looking at Alomar's production from the right side and opted to go that way.
Larry Anderson to pitch for Philadelphia after this.
Bob is back. Bob is back. He's back. He loves on Friday night, but Jerry burns and Betty wine. Bob is back, going serious.
Love this place. It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu with big Flame World burgers for only 99 cents.
I can't do it myself for 99 cents.
Your favorite Burger King foods at new, lower everyday prices, like the Croissant Combo served hot and fresh for $1.99. Check your Burger King Everyday Value Menu and be sure to try the delicious Flame World Whopper Combo for $2.99.
That's great news for my pocketbook.
Value every day. Have it your way.
You're gonna want to come back every day.
Cellular One has set up state-of-the-art cellular service that reaches clear across America. Beautiful, isn't it?
Jell-O gelatin's just 12 cents a serving. That's 4 cents for the giggles, 4 cents for the improved motor skills, and 4 cents for creativity.
I know Jell-O.
Whatever your budget, there's always room for Jell-O.
I can take care of myself in the ring, but in my car, I trust Meineke for safe, reliable brake service at a low price.
Now more than ever, at Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
Tomorrow on the NFL Today, Jimmy Johnson and Steve Young on the San Francisco-Dallas NFC Championship rematch. Plus the latest on Dickerson, Kosar, Moon, the Giants, and the unbeaten Saints. That's all tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern on the NFL Today. All you need to know.
David West faced 2 men and gave up 2 doubles. The first to White, the second to Alomar, and the new pitcher is Larry Anderson.
Larry Anderson, the oldest reliever in the National League. He's over 40. And he had a save in the National League Championship Series with no save during the season.
He did a very solid job during the regular season as the right-handed setup man for Jim Fregosi. And he's on to try to put out the fire. The Blue Jays have scored 3 times here in the 7th, and they have Alomar at second, still only 1 out, and the batter is Joe Carter.
How about that, though? Larry Anderson, with 64 appearances during the season, he had no saves, and then he saves 1 in the National League Championship Series. That has never been done, by the way, with pitchers who have had 25 or more appearances.
And Anderson saved that dramatic Game 5 win. Came on in the 10th after Lenny Dykstra had given the Phillies the lead with the home run in the top of the 10th inning off Mark Wohlers. He looked to second to keep Alomar close. Carter drove in a run in the third with a sacrifice fly. He singled and scored in the second. And he chased the ball out of the strike zone. Same pitch and same result, 1-2.
I think Joe's going to see that pitch again. That's a slider down and away, and that's the slot, the effective slot for Larry Anderson. Away to right-handers, and the more he gets ahead, the more he'll move off the plate. So if you're Joe Carter now, I think you ought to be looking away.
Alomar takes off. Carter strikes out. Dalton doesn't try the throw. So Anderson went right back to the same pitch to get Carter for the second out of the inning, and Alomar a stolen base.
Alomar had 15 steals of third on the season. He and Ricky Henderson tied for the most. I think had Carter not swung at the ball, then Dalton goes ahead and makes the throw. But because after Carter swung, there are 2 outs, there's no sense in taking the chance of throwing to third.
Intentionally walked John Olerud, who homered his last time up. This is nothing new. Olerud was intentionally walked 33 times during the regular season. But you don't gain much with number 19 standing in the on-deck circle. He spoke of Anderson's performance in Game 5, and it was memorable. He said he was extraordinarily nervous when he took the mound, was shaking like a leaf, and was really rushing, not taking his time between pitches. And Darren Dalton went out to the mound and said to him, "Hey, listen, Larry, the beer's on ice. It's still going to be cold when the game's over. Take your time." And they had a chuckle, and Anderson settled down and got out of the inning with the save, and the Phillies had a big win. They took the 3-2 lead back to Philadelphia in 1-6.
How about that, though? It's a question of choosing your poison. You know, you walk Olerud to get to Molitor.
And from the leading hitter in the league this year, the second leading hitter. Molitor 1 for 3 tonight. An infield single and an RBI back in the second. Ball 1, low and away. Molitor is the 8th batter of the inning. Blue Jays lead 8-4 in Game 1. Game 2 is tomorrow night, airtime 8 Eastern time here on CBS, with first pitch scheduled for 8:29. Terry Mulholland, the lefty for the Phillies. Dave Stewart, the MVP of the ALCS with his 2-0 record against Chicago, will be on the mound for Toronto. Molitor tried to surprise with a bunt, and he fouled it off.
Catching Dave Hollins back at third base, and if nothing else, that'll bring Hollins in. Wow. That's including his hit tonight.
Eight 8-4 Toronto. We're in the 7th inning. Runners at first and third with 2 outs. The 1-1. Well hit to left. Thompson drifting back at the wall. And a great catch Reminiscent of his catch off Mark Lemke in the League Championship Series. Milt Thompson to the wall to take an extra base hit away from Paul Molitor.
Tonight's top story, storms on the East Coast causing delays up and down the entire eastern seaboard.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back east.
Your flight has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. It's an absolutely guaranteed instant headache. You're just suddenly helpless. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. That's not the point.
Sir, your plane has been held up by
I'm just looking for some answers.
There's a couple ways we can
I
go.
want somebody to tell me my options.
Los Angeles at 7 p.m.
I just want somebody to tell me when I can get out of
Let's see
here.
if we can reroute you through another city.
Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and make it happen. They give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because you know, a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy to look for me at halftime. I'll be there.
When most manufacturers develop a new truck, they start with a model. Good idea. Here's ours. Introducing the first and only family of trucks designed from the inside out. A design that starts with you and has become the all-new Chevy S-Series. Everything else is history.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Look to us for special delivery. Call us. We'll arrange to pick you up at your home, office, or repair shop. That's special delivery. That's Enterprise.
Oh, my back hurts and I had a game this afternoon, so I'm taking Advil. More doctors recommend Advil by name to relieve backaches than any other brand. With Advil, a sore back won't keep me from swinging. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
This game summary is sponsored by Budweiser.
Devon White has driven in 2 runs and has scored 3 for the Blue Jays tonight. Sparky Anderson says you can't pitch to the top 6 hitters in the Blue Jays order without expecting to be damaged by them. And the 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters have combined for 6 of the 8 runs batted in. The Phillies have stranded 8 runners, including the bases loaded in the 6th. And here's the catch that kept it a ball game. If Milt Thompson doesn't come up with that one, it's a 6-run game.
Well, that's a fine play by Thompson, and certainly you're right, Sean, reminiscent of the ball hit by Lemke off of Mitch Williams.
So it's a 4-run deficit facing Philadelphia with 2 innings remaining. Ricky Jordan to the plate, and he's quickly in the hole 0-2. He's 1 for 3. He singled to right off Al Leiter in the 6th. He struck out his first 2 times up tonight. That was against Juan Guzman. Pete Incaviglia has moved into the on-deck circle to hit for Thompson. And Kevin Stocker is due up. Still 0-2 on Jordan. Al Leiter has pitched 2 scoreless innings of relief. He retired the side in order last inning. One ball and 2 strikes. Well hit, but right at Sprague. Bobbled it momentarily and still had plenty of time to throw out Jordan with as sharply as that ball was hit. 1 out in the 8th inning.
The hops are more predictable on the artificial surface. That ball on top of Sprague so quickly, it hit the heel of the glove, popped out. But the hops have been going the Blue Jays way the last couple of innings.
Perhaps only fitting that they should get the hops since their team is owned by a brewery. The Labatt Brewing Company. Incaviglia batting for Thompson. Minky at 274 during the regular season, with 89 runs batted in only 116 games. He tried to abort the swing. It was much too late. 0-2. You talk about the hops, and there should be predictable hops throughout this series. This will be an all artificial turf World Series, only the 4th World Series in history in which all the games will be played on the fake grass.
And the first one since 1987, when the Twins and the Cardinals met. The Twins beating St. Louis in 7.
And the only World Series the Phillies have won was the first, played entirely on artificial turf in 1980. And they beat Kansas City. This is the 4th World Series played entirely on artificial turf. And Pete Incaviglia fortunate to still be standing at home plate. Davey Phillips looked like he was about to ring him up and then thought better of it. Dwayne Ward is warming up in the Toronto bullpen. Here's their ace closer. For Toronto in the top of the 8th. 1 out of the base is empty. Al Leiter's 2-2 is inside. Looked like he tried to get a little extra on that one. Didn't look like a big gum night though. Maybe what, 8 or 10?
8 to 10.
Nowhere near as high as 30. Near the dugout. Borders has a play and makes it. Two down in the 8th, and all of a sudden Al Leiter has retired 6 in a row.
That's since that play by Alomar when he went behind second base with runners on at first and second, and it saved at least 1 run after saving a run the inning before. There's something about pitching and defense, how it can keep things close and give you a chance to catch up and come from behind. And that's what the Blue Jays have done. They haven't come from behind, but they did come from that 4-4 score in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Kevin Stocker 0 for 2 with a walk. We showed you during the Budweiser game summary the effectiveness of the Blue Jay batters 2 through 5. The bottom part of the Phillies order has not had a good night. With that base hit by Stocker, batters 6 through 9 are 2 for 15 for the Phillies.
Only Ricky Jordan and Kevin Stocker in the bottom 4 have hits. Jordan a harmless single. He was erased on a double play in the 6th inning, and now the 2-out single by Stocker.
He's at first for Lenny Dykstra. Lenny singled his last time up. He walked and scored in the 1st inning. Blue Jays have 10 hits. Philadelphia now with 9. Lenny Dykstra with 6 postseason home runs. Only Jose Canseco, Kirk Gibson, and Dave Henderson have more among active players. We talked at the top of the broadcast tonight about the likelihood of this being a high-scoring series with these two proficient run-producing teams. 12 runs tonight, the most in the first game of a World Series since 1980, when the Phillies beat Kansas City 7-6. That'd be what, about 13 runs?
You got it, baby. Bob Walk was the winning pitcher in that game, as a matter of fact. He was a rookie starting for the Phillies.
Well, he took one shoe off to figure that out. Alomar couldn't come up with the ball in shallow right, and Dykstra is aboard at first. Robbie, who has made a couple of outstanding plays tonight, nearly made another, but Dykstra is safe. And they have scored that an error on Alomar. It was a tough chance, but one ordinarily he gobbles up.
And after the error, he does have the presence of mind after he drops the ball. It is a routine play. Like a frog hopping from one pad to the other. That ball gigaping out of that glove. An error on Alomar. He did have the presence of mind to try to throw behind the runner at second. And Dwayne Ward's going to be seen for the first time in the series.
At the Mutual of Omaha Companies, we understand that change is a natural part of life. So it's only natural that as your family changes, the way you protect them should too. Mutual of Omaha. Life insurance to protect your changing world.
Save right now. Buy 3 Goodyear tires at the regular price, get the 4th tire free. That's right. Buy any 3 of these Goodyear tires at the regular price and get the 4th free. 4 for 3 now. Hurry, savings end soon.
If this reminds you of the productivity in your office, get the copiers Buyers Lab gave their highest rating for uptime. Meta. And get productive.
About 65 miles south of the nearest stoplight, and 2 miles up in the Rocky Mountain sky, you'll find skiers' heaven, also known as Telluride. The skiing's perfect and the views are even better. And whether you're going to extremes or just going for a lesson, don't go without your Visa card. Because at Telluride Ski Resort, they'll let you take the plunge, but they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Corning presents an exciting debut, Pink Plus, a new insulation that's silky to the touch. The reason? Pink Plus is our famous pink fiberglass insulation wrapped in smooth pink poly, which also makes it extra easy to install. So get in touch with a premier insulation. For the Pink Plus dealer nearest you, call 1-800-GET-PINK.
Dwayne Ward on a save situation for Toronto. He talked yesterday about his pitching philosophy.
I try to get a different look with my breaking ball each time I see a guy. To right-handers, it's going to be primarily something that is going to be down and away from them. But sometimes, I'll drop in for a strike. Just let these guys know that, yes, I will throw it for a strike on you if you're not careful. And to left-handers, it's a dangerous pitch because if you do hang it, they have a good tendency of hitting it out of the ballpark.
Ward, the closer this year, once Tom Henke decided to move along to Texas via free agency. Ward, for so many seasons, the effective setup man for Henke. And in the role of closer, he has performed brilliantly. He led the league with those 45 saves. Tying run in the on-deck circle. So this is just about the most generous save opportunity a closer can be afforded. And that tying run in the on-deck circle is John Kruk. 8-4 Toronto. Phillies trying to rally with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Big swing by Duncan. He's been a standout tonight with 3 hits. But Ward is ahead of him 0-2. The second pitch, a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Kevin Stocker, the runner at second. Lenny Dykstra at first. The error by Alomar, his first ever in the postseason, in 24 postseason games. Duncan, cue shot foul off the end of the bat.
Interesting when you talk about the saves of Dwayne Ward. When he came in the 9th inning this year, he was 41 for 41. However, when he came in the 8th inning, he was only 4 for 10. All 6 blown saves this year was when he came in the 8th inning.
The 0-2 to Duncan. Check swing, strike 3, says Davy Phillips. And Ward comes on to quickly put out the fire. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 8-4 Toronto.
Two summers, 2 winters, 2 springs, 2 falls. All this, just $2.99 a month. The S-Blazer 2-year lease. Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy S-Blazer.
This is the perfect time to try my new Polaroid Captiva. Smile!
Hey, where's the picture?
There's no picture?
Did you see the picture come out? How can that be a Polaroid camera if there's no picture?
It doesn't look like a Polaroid camera.
It's not a Polaroid camera.
Introducing the new Polaroid Captiva. It's sleek, it's stylish. Its pocket-sized pictures stay in a special compartment till you take them out, so you're free to shoot and shoot.
Maybe if you shake it.
Yeah, shake the camera. The new Polaroid Captiva. The pictures stay in till you take them out.
Lasers. Satellites. Cellular data networks. What exactly have we launched here? UPS Total Track. The only tracking system that can confirm delivery of your air and designated ground packages coast to coast in seconds.
Package was signed for at 9:26 this morning by Mr.
The arms race may be over, but the package race is just heating up.
How about that flashlight you got in your hip back there? That's pretty important piece of equipment to you?
Yeah, it is. It's my eyeballs when the rest of the boat's shut off.
Oh, yeah? What kind of batteries you got in there?
Duracell.
Yeah, there they are. Any reason for picking Duracell?
They last long.
And you're sure about that, huh?
I'm positive.
That's a piece of old lore that was passed along to you by some ancient tugboat captain?
No, that's personal experience.
Personal experience only. It's kind of like the old Bermuda Triangle.
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
One of the mysteries of the sea.
John Ritter and Marky Post are moving back home.
I thought everyone around here was supposed to be happy.
They were when I left.
Maybe you should leave again.
Hearts of Fire returns October 27th.
Welcome back to Toronto. George Brett of the Kansas City Royals recently retired throughout the ceremonial first pitch, and we now join him here in the commissioner's box, or what should be the commissioner's box, but since there isn't a commissioner, we're down here with Bud Selig. Anyway, George, what is your assessment of this game in this series?
Well, I've seen the Blue Jays play about 13 times this year and have played against them for a long time. They're a great ball club. I haven't seen Philadelphia play with the exception on TV. It's kind of going the way I thought it would right now.
How about Robbie Alomar? He's had some kind of night.
Yeah, he's saved a lot of runs. Had the big key hit double, I think, the last inning, and he is right now my MVP of the ballgame.
George, would you ever consider getting into managing?
Well, that's one of the reasons I retired, because I got tired of the travel. So right now I'm looking forward to my job as Vice President of Baseball Operations for the Royals, and who knows, in 3 or 4 years I might miss the traveling and then want to do it, but right now, no, I don't want to be a manager.
George, it's great to see you. Enjoy the series.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
Sean?
Thank you, Jim. Thanks to George Brett as well. Roger Mason is on the mound, new pitcher for Philadelphia. You got Tony Fernandez to line to center on the first pitch of the inning. And now Ed Sprague is at the plate with a count of 1-1. Those the numbers posted by Mason, dividing his time between San Diego and Philadelphia. Came over to the Phillies in a midseason trade. And Pete Incaviglia remains in the game in left field. Sprague looked at a ball, 2-1.
Funny seeing George Brett. You think the last time the Phillies played in a World Series, it was 1980, the year that George Brett had his best year. Hit .390 that year, and it was hitting .400 in late September.
Croc. Officer run a little interference. Gave the gentleman a pat on the back. We talked earlier about how the Toronto papers have picked up kind of where the Atlanta papers left off, poking fun at the appearances of the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, yesterday the Toronto City Council passed an ordinance allowing bars, as Sprague strikes out, in the city of Toronto to stay open an hour later tonight and tomorrow night. Ordinarily, taverns in the city of Toronto required to close at 1 a.m. and they'll be allowed tonight and tomorrow night to stay open until 2 a.m. And there was a cartoon in the Toronto paper, a sketch of John Kruk with a large belly, and said, "Can you believe they changed the laws just to accommodate me?" Of course, if you want a libation after the game, you don't have to go very far here with the Hard Rock Cafe out in right center field. Pat Borders upset with himself after an ugly swing, 0-2.
Well, it's the Phillies who are between a rock and a hard place tonight. They trail by 4. Roger Mason trying to hold the Blue Jays down until...
I liked that one, by the way, and Buzz Hannon, our stage manager, groaned when you said that.
He did?
He did. It's his birthday. Show the man some respect. You know, and again, playing on that theme. Friendly warning from the locals to the men from Philadelphia. 2-2 the count on Borders. He's 1 for 3. He started a 3-run rally in the 7th with a 1-out single and scored the first of the 3 runs. Roger Mason, the 4th pitcher of the night for the Phillies. Chopped down to third. Hollins throws him out. So we go to the 9th. Last chance for the Phillies. Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton do up. It's 8-4 Toronto.
Before you buy a new car, consider the comfort. Consider the quiet. Consider the power. Consider the fit and the finish. But most importantly, before you buy a new car, consider these options. The Chevy S-Series, so new from the inside out, everything else is history.
I ordered pepperoni and onions on this pizza. I can't taste them. I can't even see them.
They're just cut small.
Small? How small?
So small they can't be seen by the naked eye.
Want big toppings? Introducing the new Chunky Style Pizza from Pizza Hut. It's got big chunks of meat and vegetables for taste you can actually see.
Airbags, seat belts, and anti-lock brakes, child safety seats, careful driving, and a set of Michelins.
You need 2 hands to count all the special rates and discounts on Allstate car insurance. For more than one car, pickup trucks, anti-lock brakes, airbags. Good drivers, excellent drivers with Allstate home insurance. And retired drivers over 55. Just pick up a phone and call an Allstate agent for details. For lots of ways to save, you're in good hands with Allstate.
So what do you want for breakfast?
You got something different?
Kellogg's Just Right.
Sounds good.
Honey, what do you want for breakfast?
Something different.
Kellogg's Just Right.
Sounds good.
Honey, what do you want for breakfast?
Something different.
Kellogg's Just Right.
Sounds good.
Kellogg's Just Right is just what you want. An exciting blend of sensational tastes and textures, so you always get something different.
What do you want for breakfast?
Kellogg's Just Right.
Sounds good.
Kellogg's Just Right. You just never get tired of it.
Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver, Jim Gray, and Pat O'Brien at Sky Dome in Toronto for Game 1 of the World Series. The Philadelphia Phillies have enjoyed the lead in this game on 3 occasions, but 3 times Toronto battled back to tie, and then the Blue Jays took the lead in the 6th and 7th innings. Tonight's coverage of the 1993 World Series, produced by Bob Degas, directed by Bob Fishman. Our associate director is Steve Shear. The coordinating producer of Baseball 93 is Eric Mann. Baseball 93 is produced by George Barris. The senior producer of CBS Sports is Ed Gorin. And the executive in charge of production is Rick Gentile. John Kruk, the leadoff hitter for Philadelphia. He was retired for the first time tonight in his last at bat when he struck out against Al Leiter to end the 6th. Kruk has 2 singles and a walk. He has driven in 2 and scored 1. Wayne Ward's first pitch of the 9th outside. Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton do up. Two and all.
Wayne Ward finished in the shadow of Tom Hinkie for 5 years before finally being given the job of short reliever. Hinkie with 40 saves with Texas this year, and Ward with 45. Think of how many years earlier Dwayne Ward could have been given the job and been successful. He has just had a remarkable year.
He's the first Blue Jay ever to lead the American League in saves with his 45 this year. He's battled back from 2-0 to the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, bouncer down the line. Sprague on the run, throws it away. It got by Olerud, tracked down by Alomar, and even though he's still chasing after it, Kruk just now takes off for second and gets there ahead of the throw. Took John Kruk a long time to realize that that ball was rolling with plenty of momentum and foul ground off first out toward the right field corner.
I would imagine it will be scored an infield hit and an error on Ed Sprague. Of course, when you're 4 runs down, you want to make sure you're not thrown out trying to advance a base. You have to play more of a passive game. Sprague would have had the throw been on line. The ball appears to scoot under the glove of John Olerud, and it just kept going and going and going, and Alomar couldn't catch up to it. Kruk finally went to second.
They have posted an error for the Blue Jays, their third of the night. They have not yet posted a hit. Ward's first pitch to Hollins at 97 miles per hour on our gun. Hollins 0 for 3 with a walk back in the first inning. As the starter Guzman. 0-2. Has been scored a hit and an error now. An infield hit for Kruk, his third hit of the night. And the error on Sprague, the third Toronto error. And Hollins stays alive at 0-2. Aaron Dalton is on deck. So each team has 10 hits. Dirt blocked by Borders. That kept Kruk at second. Ward facing Hollins. Both men were all-stars for the first time in their careers this year. Ward's appearance in the All-Star game in Baltimore overshadowed by all of the theatrics surrounding Mike Messina of Baltimore, and he's warming up in the 9th inning while Ward was on the mound. Hollins strikes out. One out in the 9th. Game 2 tomorrow night. 8 o'clock airtime here on CBS. That's Eastern time. And the first pitch at 8:29. Again, the pitching matchup. Terry Mulholland for Philadelphia and Dave Stewart, a former Philly, for Toronto. There's Mulholland, unless things change here in a hurry. Will be pitching tomorrow night with his team trailing in the series 1-0. Aaron Dalton took strike 1 at the knee.
And unless things change for the Toronto Blue Jays, they will continue to have problems with left-handed pitchers. That's why Jim Fregosi is throwing 2 left-handers against Toronto, because the Blue Jays against left-handed starters this year were 22 and 25.
Dalton with a home run cut. He foul tipped it into the mid of Borders. And that record for Toronto against left-handed starters, the worst record versus lefty starters by any World Series team in the last 55 years. And that's a note Jim Fregosi is well aware of. The 0-2 struck him out. And that was one of those pitches Ward talked about in the soundbite that you heard when he first came into the ball game. The slider down on the back foot of a left-handed hitter.
That's the similar pitch on which he got Dave Hollins. 2 sliders down and into the left-handers. And what that does when he comes in a very close game in the future, if that situation exists, it allows him to throw the fastball away from the left-handers because they'll be conscious of the breaking ball.
Fastball in tight to Eisenreich. He's 0 for 4, has struck out twice, including his last at bat. All 3 outs recorded by Dwayne Ward have come via the strikeout. That gives him 30 strikeouts now and 21 postseason innings in his career, the best ratio, as you saw, in postseason history. A 1-1 to Eisenreich. Well, that's just not fair when you throw it 97 and then follow it up with that. The Blue Jays 1 strike away from winning game 1. The 1-2 pitch. Eisenreich laid off it.
Or you could see the eyes of Dwayne Ward, how much he wants it. He is sniffing out the save right now.
He tried and go an inning and a third with 4 strikeouts. All the outs on K's. Very close, but now the count is full. And should Eisenreich reach, Ricky Jordan would bat next. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled away to the left. Another 97-mile-per-hour fastball from Ward. 29-year-old right-hander. 6'4", 225 pounds, a native of New Mexico. Makes his home now in the offseason in Las Vegas. He is an offseason golf companion of Greg Maddux, the Atlanta Braves. The payoff pitch. Eisenreich still alive. The crowd didn't realize that Borders didn't squeeze the foul tip. The Blue Jays lead 8-4 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Phillies have John Kruk at second base. Another 3-2 pitch. Little lob and a base hit down the left field line. Kruk around to score. And it's 8-5, and that puts the tying run in the on-deck circle for Philadelphia.
That's a terrific at-bat by Jim Eisenreich, working the count to 3-2, fouling off a couple of nasty pitches. Down the left field line, allowing Kruk to score. First RBI of the series for Jim Eisenreich. First ever, as a matter of fact. This being his first season. And now it's up to Ricky Jordan to get on deck for Pete Incaviglia. If Jordan gets on, Incaviglia would represent the tying run.
Jordan bounced one foul past Larry Boa in the third base coach's box. Ricky's 1 for 4. He singled in the 6th off Al Leiter. There's Incaviglia, representing the tying run in the on-deck circle. The head one flying out, and the count is 0-2 on Jordan. The fans are back on their feet. The 0-2. Well outside.
That was a hanger there. That ball was hittable. Just stayed up in the strike zone, and Jordan fouled it back.
And at the very least, the Phillies are extending Ward here in the 9th, which might reduce his effectiveness tomorrow night. Eisenreich batted him. Eisenreich takes off for second. Fly ball to right. Carter started in. Now he's back to make the catch. And game one of the 1993 World Series goes to the Toronto Blue Jays. The final score, Toronto 8 and Philadelphia 5. We'll have more from Skydome right after this.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps
Gentlemen, this pink fuzzy bunny is killing us. The future of Supervolt batteries looks bleak. And the latest attempt to develop our own mascot, the Supervolt Weasel, has fallen dreadfully short. To survive, we need to neutralize the Energizer bunny.
But how?
His battery. We get his battery. No more Energizer bunny. And I'm in the process of finding individuals who can, how shall I say, assist us. Say goodbye, Mr. Energizer Bunny.
More Americans trust Napa for everything they need to keep their vehicles running and to help them save, too. Pick up these halogen headlights as low as $4.99. Napa antifreeze is just $1.99 after rebate. And this Napa Power Battery is only $29.99 after rebate. So run into your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 1 of the 1993 World Series is brought to you by the new Chevy S-Series line of trucks. So new from the inside out, everything else is history. Your Allstate agent, you're in good hands with Allstate. Pizza Hut, who reminds you that any time's a great time to stop and smell the pizza. And by Kellogg's, the best to you each morning.
Game one goes to the Toronto Blue Jays by a count of 8-5. The Chevrolet player of the game is Roberto Alomar. He was only 1 for 4 at the plate, although his one hit was a big one, a 2-run double in the 7th inning. But Alomar, our selection, in large part because of his defense tonight. He had 2 big defensive plays. And besides, if George Brett says he's the pick, who are we to argue?
Yeah, that's right.
With a surefire Hall of Famer. And Roberto is standing by down on the field with Jim Gray. Jim?
All right, thank you, Sean. I am with Roberto Alomar. Roberto, you had 2 sensational plays in the 5th and 6th inning in the field. Was this your best night in the field?
Well, I think so. Postseason and World Series, yeah, this is my best night. I've been having a lot of fun out there. I think so. You have to be able to play good defense to win a lot of games. And today I proved that defense is a real important part of the game.
The team battled back. You were down by 2 runs, 2-0. Was there any concern on the bench?
Well, it's no concern. We have a good offensive team. You know, all we need to do is just get the top man on base, and if they get on base, do the bottom line, let them do the job. And today we get some key hit when we need to, and we play good baseball.
Roberto, thank you. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Sean?
And a tip of the cap to Al Leiter as well, who pitched 2 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. Now for Tim McCarver, Pat O'Brien, and Jim Gray, I'm Sean McDonough saying so long from Skydome. The final score of Game 1, Toronto 8 and Philadelphia 5.
Do you want a jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars. Rip into rock, unwrap the rap, jazz, and reggae. Collect all 12 Nestle Crunch Jammin' designs. You want a jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars.
Brute, men are back.
Hi, honey. How'd you make out? Find a new doctor? Did you check their education, board certification, and specialty? How about insurance, office locations, and hours? Have any luck?
Yes, honey. I called Jeff now.
There's so much to do. Every minute counts. Taking Dad to the senior center, picking up the kids, my new job. What a relief to know that when we need a doctor, it's just one call to Jeff Now.
The 94 Ford Ranger is now at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
No other truck is built for tough.
Now choose from 9 exciting Ranger models, including the newest, a Ranger Splash Super Cab 4x4. Plus, every Ranger now comes with a 24-hour roadside assistance program and is backed by a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty. Now save $1,800, including $300 cash back from Ford. See the Truck Authority, your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck. Hey, hey.
On Late Show with David Letterman, Dennis Miller, and Tony Bennett.
What is John Kruk really chewing?
Monday on CBS.
The great masters defined civilization in Europe. Now we're defining it on the way there. United Airlines' renowned international service to 15 cities all across Europe. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
To learn more about this great tradition, the World Series in baseball, the Library of Congress suggests these books: The History of the World Series by Gene Shore, and Once More Around the Park, a baseball reader by Roger Angel. These and many other interesting books are available at your local library and bookstore. Visit them. They'll be happy to help you read more about it.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
If you're looking for a sports sedan with a 24-valve, 214-horsepower engine, 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, and traction control, the new Eagle Vision TSI should suit your taste. Allow us to whet your appetite. Test drive the new Eagle Vision TSI at your dealer now.
There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Key States Jeep and Eagle dealer.
He's our Phillies reliever Mitch Williams makes hearts stop and fans scream with his late-inning antics. But Philly can't get enough of him, and Herb Denenberg is in search of just what it is that makes him wild.
I'm not wild. I mean, I throw the baseball like I know how to throw the baseball. Sometimes I get it there, sometimes I don't.
Well, if you're not wild, Mitch, you certainly give us a scare.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's Herb on The Wild Thing, Tuesday after the game on Channel 10 News.
WCAU-TV Philadelphia. Now, Janet Zapala, Gene Crane Weather, and Bruce Casella Sports. This is Channel 10 News.
Hello, I'm Janet Zapala. Our top story at just past midnight. Game 1 of the World Series goes to the Blue Jays, but Phillies fans hope we'll get them next time. And of course we will. What started out as a slugfest for the Phillies unraveled in a single inning late in the game. Toronto was up 1 run going into the 7th inning. Then the Blue Jays drove in 3 runs to take the lead 8-4. Then in the top of the 9th, John Kruk scored, bringing the score to 8-5, and that's where the score stayed for the rest of the game. So the Phillies lost tonight, but they will be back, folks. And of course, the Phillies had plenty of local cheerleaders in Jay Country today to root them on. Take these folks. They drove hundreds of miles to Toronto just for 1 World Series game. Channel 10's Big Al Meltzer caught up with them just before tonight's first pitch.
4.
4? Yes. Remember now, you're representing Philadelphia. We want you to act naturally. Oh, right.
Birthday.
Well, that's mighty nice.
Now, during the game, this World Series cake was rolled out, but it won't be kept for the winning team, no. Instead, it's for CBS announcer Tim McCarver's birthday tonight. Well, happy birthday, Tim. And you didn't have to be at the Sky Dome to have Phillies fever. All over the Delaware Valley, people huddled around TV sets watching the opening game of the World Series in Northeast Philadelphia. Some young fans, well, they took their TV sets outside for a natural perspective on the game. And fans in Philadelphia were stuck like glue to their TV sets tonight. At the Players' Lounge, the place was packed with Phillies fans who watched with great interest the Phils' every move, fully charged with pride and enthusiasm for a team they say should be in the World Series. And it's about time. Those Phillies are hot.
Now they're hot.
How hot are they?
Real hot.
I broke my collarbone the same weekend as Lenny Dykstra, only I was 7 months pregnant, and I've always felt an affinity for him, and we're rooting for the team, and we love the Phillies, and David truly loves the Phillies.
David, you truly love the Phillies?
I truly love the Phillies. I haven't shaved for a couple days. I'm just like John Kruk. God bless the Phillies.
Phillies are going to take it all the way. Hoo, 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 hoo.
Who? And nothing like a World Series with your team in it to bring people together, all rooting for the same team and bursting with optimism that, yes, the Phils are going to bring it home ultimately. And now on the field inside the Toronto Sky Dome is Channel 10's Ron Burke. Ron, they're going to do it tomorrow night, right?
Well, we shall see, Janet. They can't do it if they leave 11 men on base, which is by my count what they did tonight. They had some opportunities to score some runs in some key situations. Got the bases loaded on one occasion. 6th inning, John Kruk came up with 2 outs and struck out. Kruk did have a couple of runs batted in prior to that, however. But it's one of those nights where the Phillies did things well, some things well, but not enough things well. They did pound out 10 hits. It's just that they didn't get the hits when they really needed them. And the Blue Jays batters swing the bat so well. Right now, Channel 10's Big Al Meltzer is in the Phillies clubhouse gathering some post-game sound, so we will bring that to you as quickly as we can as the Phillies now try to come back tomorrow and focus on Game 2 after an 8-5 loss where they probably feel like they had some opportunities and are disappointed because they didn't cash in on it. Shortly after the game, the Phillies players heading into the clubhouse and no doubt reflecting on some chances that were, but didn't particularly work out for them. We'll be back a little later on live from Skydome with more Phillies post-game right here. And this is Ron Burke reporting live from Toronto. Back to you, Janet.
It was indeed a tough loss, but you got to believe they'll come back. Thanks, Ron. Live in Toronto.
They did it in the Brave series.
That's right. And now, as we told you earlier, fans intensely watched every move up in Jay Country today. Channel 10 Steve Levy is live now in South Philly, where there are more fans rooting for the Phils. Steve.
Janet, there are a lot of fans here, but you said intensely. I don't know if it was intensely because this is a big bar. There was a lot going on here, and they were all watching sometimes and sometimes not watching at the Legends Sports Bar at the Stadium Holiday Inn. A very public party, but we also went to a private party. Here's that.
You make my heart sing.
After they sang Wild Thing, a semi-wild party with all Philadelphia food.
Take us on a gastronomical tour of the bill of fare.
Yes, from all over Philadelphia, we have, of course, the soft pretzel, very important. French's mustard, a Philadelphia favorite. The South Philadelphia hoagie, don't let anyone convince you these were not created in Philadelphia because this is where these are from. And get the cake. Hurry up, get the cake.
And water ice.
Lois, explain the purpose of having all Philadelphia food.
This is the only way to do it. This is Philadelphia. This is what we've been waiting for. This is just the beginning.
And you're house sitting here.
Yes, I am.
Does the owner know you're throwing a wild party?
Absolutely not.
And proudly displaying many personally autographed pictures.
I've been collecting them over the years. And I've seen every game this season.
Every 162?
All 162 games.
We got another picture over here. Look at this one. Who's that?
That's Jimi Hendrix.
Who did he play for?
Famous Philadelphia.
Braves.
Atlanta Braves.
And then the big ceremony to kill the Blue Jay.
Okay, so they didn't kill the Blue Jays. But as one guy here said to me tonight, we'll get him in 5, right?
We're going to take him in 5!
All right. Now I have with me Mike Gaffredo, the unofficial mayor of South Philly, who played professional baseball for Baltimore and in Toronto.
Played in Toronto, right. I was telling one of the writers, matter of fact, before they went up to Toronto, they said, Mike, what kind of a city is Toronto? I said, it's one of the cleanest cities in the world. I said, the only dirty spot you're going to find is where John Kruk stands. I have to say, Steve, I have to say there's a good and a bad and what happened with tonight's game with the Phillies. The bad thing is we lost Game 1. The good thing is we didn't have to see the Valiant kid, Mitch Williams.
But we'll get him in 5.
We'll take him home.
They all believe it. Steve Levy, Channel 10 News in a chaotic South Philadelphia.
The Phils will never lose their enthusiasm. Thank you very much, Steve, for that live report in South Philly tonight. Well, the excitement began building very early. Some young Phillies fanatics showed their spirit to anyone passing by their house today.
Phillies! Phillies! Phillies are gonna win!
These young fans and their parents in Northeast Philadelphia wanted to make their show of support for the Phils big and bold with a 10-foot by 12-foot banner, and many drivers along Frankfort Avenue just couldn't help doing what the sign said. Whoop, there it is. The sign, by the way, is the idea of a local auto shop. And some Phillies fans are on the cutting edge with their support for the Phillies. Channel 10's Mike Strug reports that many of the players may be sporting long locks, but some fans are going for an entirely different look.
It may sound like just another Saturday here at Pompetti's Barbershop at 19th and Jackson in South Philadelphia, but as you can see, Phillies fever has struck here as well, and it's not confined to just pictures and streamers. You see, Karen Pompetti, who took over her father's shop 8 years ago, also adopted his Phillies spirit.
Love the Phillies. Can't wait for the game tonight. And all the kids are coming in and getting peas shaped in the back of their head.
It's not only kids like 10-year-old Eric Pateri. Tom Principati didn't stop with just a pea.
I'm such a Philadelphia sports fan. I had to get this haircut one time because I seen all the kids with it. I said, let me see what I would look like with this haircut. Everybody likes it because Karen did a good job in carving the Phillies name, and I like it myself. I think it's going to stay even till next year.
Right through the winter?
Right through the winter, I'll keep it for the Phils.
What do you think, Eric?
I like it.
Good.
What do you think your classmates will say about it?
Nothing.
You think they'll like it?
Yeah.
The Phillies, we hear, are taking a lot of heat up in Toronto over their hairstyles, or lack of same. Karen would be happy to take the Clippers to Williams or Kruk or Dalton.
Yeah, I'd give them Phillies peas. Yeah, I'd shave the sides, keep the back long.
Of course, a little battery-operated razor might be somewhat underpowered. You'd need industrial-strength clippers to handle the Phils. I'm Mike Strug, Channel 10 News.
Those are what you call die-hard fans. A lot more on the World Series opener coming up in sports, but already the Phillies and their fans are looking toward Game 2, and you can catch that game right here on Channel 10 tomorrow night. The game live from the Toronto Sky Dome begins at 8 o'clock. And, of course, stay with Channel 10 for complete coverage of the 90th Annual World Series. Channel 10, your station for Phillies World Series excitement. Now, in other news this hour, Kenneth Lakeberg, the father of a separated Siamese twin, is spending the weekend in an Indiana jail. He surrendered to authorities late last night after an arrest warrant was issued because he skipped a court date. The hearing was supposed to decide whether to revoke Lakeberg's probation after he admitted using and buying drugs. He got the money from donations meant to cover the cost of separating his conjoined twins. Amy and Angela were separated August 20th at Philadelphia's